with a terrifying roar as they run up from the north. The dance of Judah will be terrified, be destroyed, and become the haunt of trembles. More great troubles upon you, great troubles upon you, and at last you'll feel my anger. My wound is so severe, my grief is great. My wound is severe, and my grief is great. My sickness is incurable, but I can hide it. All right, I just got to get a thumbnail up here. Another song should play. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. We're going to talk about the 4 Carpenters, World War III, all that kind of stuff. Just setting up the live stream. Welcome, fam. Welcome. Just playing my music. I don't know if I should just have a picture up here, but shalom, everybody coming in. Shalom. Hallelujah. Abba. Hallelujah, Abba, Yah. Hallelujah, Abba, Yah. Gotta play a song with lyrics. I'll play this one. Shalom, shalom, and welcome, family. Just getting set up here for some 4 Carpenters. Lock without a key. He's been the pattern that choke throughout history. Places 12 tribes. Yes, that I cry. True Hebrew Israelite. Stolen identity, a lock without a key. We heard a Christianity, so that relationships with people like me. Set to sea, stolen identity, stripped of dignity. Yahweh will deliver me from my enemies. Yeah. Yahshua. Shalom, fam. Shalom, Gwendolyn. I think I got my thumbnail up. True Hebrew Israelites. Thank you for helping, Gwendolyn. Thanks for helping. Slave drivers in a strange land. Welcome, Peggy. Welcome, Shalon. And who do we have here in the chat? Oh, there's Shalon. He's so nice. Shalom. Yesharia. I love that name. It's a good one. Hallelujah. Shalom, fam. Shalom, Kemba. Kemba, send me an email, okay? So I can get you in the study tomorrow, okay? The Shabbat study. Okay? Shalom, Kemba. Send me an email, and then I can email you the Shabbat study. All right. I don't even know why I'm sharing my screen. I should be sharing my desktop. Without any shame, shipped across the Atlantic, slave travel in a strange land. We named them brand by strange humans without any shame. All right, I'm going to start to turn the camera around. I'm going to pray quietly, fam. U.S.C. 107 federal law allows citizens to use copyrighted media for fair use. That is criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody.
Kuma, Yahweh, we are put to Yibeka, we are Nusa Misameka, arise of you, O Yahweh. Kuma, let your enemies be scattered, and let those that hate thee flee from before thee. Let all of Yasharah, Yisrael, who love, worship, and praise Yahweh, give him thanks by saying hallelujah.
Shalom, everyone, and welcome to Into All Truth. My name is Rachel. We welcome donations, and we thank you, everyone, for donations that you made for calendars and cookbooks. Make a donation of $35 or more at livelightwell.com, and you'll get both the calendar and the Hebraic lifestyle Chaya, Eat, Life, and Fast book. And I pray that as you listen to this study, that the Ruach HaKodesh will lead you into all truth and show you things to come. Baruch atah kulam, in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach.
Stolen identity, a lock without a key. We've been the butt of the joke throughout history. Yasharel, know thyself 12 tribes. Yah's heard our cry, true Hebrew Israelites. identity, a lock without a key.
Welcome, family. Today we are dealing with the African empire which scattered Israel, and that would be the Edomians, the Arabs, and Esau, Edom. And so we're going to get into this, and that includes among the Ethiopians because he is in Ethiopia. And so let's get into the four carpenters, and in particular the first carpenter, we'll call him, and that is the Africans. The reason why I wanted to do this video is because I've explored these scriptures on four carpenters repatriating Israel to their land. So the four carpenters are described as four artificers, okay? Four artificers. And so it's going to be by prophecy and scripture that we determine who these people are. The four carpenters. Zechariah 2. And I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, four horns. And I said to the angel that spoke with me, what are these, my Lord? And he said to me, these are the horns that have scattered Judah and Israel and Jerusalem. And the Lord showed me four artificers. And I said, what are these coming to do? And he said, these are the horns that scattered Judah, and they broke Israel into pieces. And none of them lifted up his head. And these are come forth to sharpen them for their hands, even the four horns, the nations that lifted up the horn against the land of Yahuwah to scatter it. And I lifted up my eyes and I looked, and behold, a man in his hand with a measuring line. And I said to him, whither goest thou? And he said to me, to measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth of it, and what is the length of it. And behold, the angel that spoke with me stood by, and another angel went forth to meet him, and spoke to him, saying, run and speak to that man, saying, Jerusalem shall be fully inhabited by the reason of the abundance of men and cattle in the midst of her. And I will be to her, saith Yahuwah, a wall of fire round about, and I will be for a glory in the midst of her. Hallelujah. So you guys, that is the promise of the end of the scattering, the final regathering. But we should take a look at this because these are the translations, two different translations. And I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, four horns. And I said to the angel that spoke with me, what are these things, my Lord? And he said to me, these are the horns that have scattered Judah and Israel and Jerusalem. And Elohim showed me four artificers. And I said, what are these coming to do? And he said, these are the horns that scattered Judah, and they broke Israel in pieces. And none of them lifted up his head. And these are come forth to sharpen them for their hands, even the four horns, the nations that lifted up the horn against the land of Yahuwah to scatter it. Okay, so that is the Septuagint version, and down here is the KJV version. Then I said, what come these to do? And he spake, saying, these are the horns which have scattered Judah, so that no man did lift up his head, but these are come to fray them, to cast out the horns of the Gentiles, which have lifted up their horn over the land of Judah to scatter it. So this is King James, and it's a Masoretic text translated by the Ashkenazis. So it's very clear here when we read that it says these are the horns that scattered Judah, and they broke Israel into pieces, and none of them lifted up their head or had any sympathy. And these are come forth to sharpen them for their hands, even the four horns, the nations that lifted up the horn against the land of Yahuwah to scatter it. So the same people who scattered and lifted up their horns against Israel are the same ones coming to try to sharpen Israel for their purpose. Now it says in this one, they've come to cast out the Gentiles, which lifted up their horn over the land of Judah to scatter it. But in this one, it's saying that these are the very same ones who scattered it. And I think the Septuagint is right, and we're going to see that that's true. Now, I want to focus on the term artificer. An artificer is a skilled worker, a craftsperson, one that contrives, devises, or constructs something, a deceptive or devious person. So we often hear that these are the four carpenters. Proper word is artificers. Artificers. And so this is who they are. Africa, Iran, Russia, and China. All right? And so Iran is like the real Medo-Persians, or part of that land was also Assyria. That's a whole section we've gone into in the other videos on the land of Ham and everything. And so we're going to get into the blurry lines around who the Medo-Persians really were, because they're a combination of Japheth and Shem, and the Assyrians were right next door. There's also Africa. Now this is Egypt, Islam, the Sudan, Ethiopia, the Danites, the Midianites. Remember I told you in the other videos on Prester John that when Joseph went into captivity, the Midianites took him up. They sold him to the Ishmaelites, who sold him to the Egyptians, and then the Edomites kept them captive, and then the Midianites helped them with their release, and so on and so forth. So these are the descendants of Abraham, all right, who war with Israel, just like these are the descendants of Shem, mixed in with Japheth a little bit, who war with Israel. And these nations are also mixed with other nations. Okay, and so there's China, who I'm going to call the Khans, and the Huns and Canaan, because the Huns, the Hun, are obviously Mongoloid. They're a mix of Canaan and Japheth. And then obviously Canaan is a descendant of Ham. And then we have Russia, who are the Khazars, Tartaria, Gog and Magog. Okay? And so these are the nations that we're going to find both scattered Israel, and these are also the nations that are coming to what does it say? That come forth to sharpen them for their hands. So if you'll notice or remember in my videos on the Muslims, I keep reiterating over and over again that they are going to try to usurp the identity of Israel and move with Israel through the regathering. But of course, Yah is going to ultimately have his way. And they're trying to get ahead of it all. Okay? And that's the strategy, because this is why you can't say that there are no black Edomites. And I'm going to show you very clearly that there are. This is the way that Hasatan is strategizing, by holding on to his black players to try and usurp the kingdom again. All right? And so I've talked about that in my the Return of the Scepter video.
John
So you can go and check that out. All right. So let's get into these four artificers. Okay? And notice how artificer can mean an artist or a builder or master builder. I just did a Google search for images on artificers and builders, and this is the image that came up. And this is obviously a Masonic type building. I couldn't even find out what it was. It was just a random photo, and you see it's got a tree with 6 branches, and then it's got the pine cone at the top. And so this is clearly Masonic imagery in a Masonic temple. And these are the master builders. These are the architects, the artificers. So these aren't just carpenters. These are those who maketh a lie. Okay? But this is the technical definition. Master builder or master mason is a central figure leading construction projects in pre-modern times and precursor to the modern architect and engineer. So the engineers we know are associated with masons, and architecture is also associated with masons. Okay, so these are the 4 carpenters or artificers. Okay, all right, so here's one of the key scriptures that helps us to identify some of these 4 carpenters. All right, so this is in the book of Esdras 15:20.
circumstances. Even considering this, I would estimate by mid-April this we should be in a similar scenario relative to what unraveled in 2020, but the Federal Reserve and other central banks won't have the same capacity to implement easing measures like they had before. My most liberal estimate would the West unraveling before the end of June. Shared with me, okay, he was sharing a tweet from them. He says, given the headlines of the coming out in the so quoted here, Federal Reserve's official actually even uses his real name on his Twitter account, so I think it will be safe to do that. In fact, I know he doesn't. So let me just double check with that so that you guys can keep, because he told me that Egypt would be. They did some digging and found out that yes, that was the plan. Collapse Egypt first and then bring down the rest of the world to follow.
Ezra, descendant of Zadok, and Aaron of the tribe of Levi, captive to the Medo-Persia and Artaxerxes. Behold, saith Yahuwah, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Libanus, to turn themselves one against another and repay the things that they have done to them. The fire is gone forth from his wrath, and has consumed the foundations of the earth, and the sinners like straw that is kindled. Behold, an horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth, that they which hear them shall fear and tremble. Also the Carmanians, raging in wrath, shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood. And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them, and consume some of them. And in their host shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings. Behold, clouds from the east and from the north and unto the south. And they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm. And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon, and make her afraid. And they shall come unto her, and besiege her, and the star, and all the wrath shall they pour out upon her. And then shall the dust and smoke go up to the heaven, and they that shall be about her shall bewail her. Okay, so There's a couple of groups we have to look at here, and that is, we're talking about people who are from the rising of the sun, from the south and from the east, and from Libanus, okay? So Libyan or Lebanon, because we still don't really have the right geography. And the nations of the dragons of Arabia. So we know the Arabians are part of this. People from the so-called East. They always call China the East, but it's not. But there you go. And the Carmanians. Who are the Carmanians? And from the land of the Assyrians. And so let's take a look. In the book of Daniel, there is a discussion of the 4 kingdoms that arise to oppose themselves to Israel and take her into captivity. There are 4 beasts. The first is a lion, which represents the Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom, the golden kingdom with wings. That's because it has the Babylonian eagle attached to it, or the phoenix. It is fundamentally Babylonian or Egyptian. The second, as we already went through, is the bear with 3 ribs, representing the Assyrian captivity, the Babylonian captivity, and the MEDO-PERSIAN captivity. And after these things shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee. And now this refers to the thighs of bronze on the statue of Nebuchadnezzar, which represents the 4 Egyptian or satanic kingdoms. So next is the Greco-Roman Empire. Now Alexander the Great takes the 10 tribes captive to Greece. And this is why he is the leopard with eagle wings, because he was a descendant of Esau, Edom. And so what does Daniel say about this kingdom? After this one I looked, and behold, another wild beast as a leopard, and it had 4 wings of a bird upon it. And the wild beast had 4 heads, and the power was given to it. So this is the beast of the 4 corners of the earth, ruling the seas. Now, as I said, Nebuchadnezzar's grandson was ruling the Babylonian Empire, and in Taman, which is the land of Esau. Now, Esau also took over the Ethiopian identity, and they are also symbolized by the leopard who can't change their spots, because they are a spotted mixed nation due to the fact they are ruled by Esau, Edom. Okay, fam, so I was saying to everybody about the Assyrians. They were having trouble hearing me over on YouTube. So with the Assyrian captivity, the Assyrians were living in South America, the Chaldeans or Assyrians. So sometimes they're said to be located where Persia is and Iran and everything, and Iraq, but sometimes they can be said to be in South America. So what I was saying, because we just don't know, we're figuring this out, but because there's an military forces from China and more who are said to be in Mexico, according to Canadian Prepper and Mark Fugel and other news channels, that is potentially an army that can come up into America from the south. And yeah, the pattern of how this war is going to break out, we're just all speculating on it right now, okay? And now for those of you who, don't have perhaps maybe been told some error regarding who Israel is. Israel is always symbolized, obviously by the lion. Sometimes Joseph is the bull, and obviously there's other symbols. Dan is the snake because he's like Esau, Edom. But Israel is always symbolized by trees or as sheep. Okay, and so like I said, do a word search all through Enoch, and you'll see probably 37 times that the nations are always called the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air. And so here we have a beast of the field with wings. Okay, so this is the Greco-Roman Empire. These are the 3 empires that are discussed in Daniel. Okay, the 4 great empires. And these are the empires, 3 or 4, that scattered Israel. So we're going right back to them, okay? And so we see the connection is that Israel are sheep who are devoured by the nations. And the nations are always, just do a word search in your Bible, go into Blue Letter Bible, beasts of the field or fowls of the air, okay? That prey upon Israel, all right? Or watch my Israel is a Great Tree video. I also go into that there, okay? So let's keep it moving. Sorry, family online. The kings of the south, the dragons of Arabia. So let's get into the Black Arabs now. And this would be the first carpenter after the fall of the temple. And so this is the land. And of course, you know that I believe that this is the head of the earth. And so this is Abyssinia. Now, we're always going around about Moors and what does Moor mean, but just here's a reference from Nation Knows No Color Line. And of course, Zondervan Dictionary talks about how the Hamites were the Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites and Egyptians. But of course, we know they mixed in with Israel and they settled at the front of the Nile. All right. And that was because they were scattered also, and their land was broken up and destroyed due to judgment. And so how did they look? Because everyone thinks that, you know, over there in that land, that the Arabs are white people with white skin. Here's just some highlights here. Niger. Niger means black. Niger, black. It's the surname of Simeon, one of the 5 prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch, who were led of Yahuwah to send forth Paul and Barnabas. Probably a Hebrew Christian from North Africa. So it is associated with black skin. All right. And then it says of the black Moors and the Arabs, so predominant was black skin of the Moorish invaders of Europe that the blackamoor, black as Moor, came to be used not only for the Moroccans, but for other blacks as Ethiopian and Sudanese. As Elliot Smith says, the Negro admixture is so evident among the Moroccans. So when you're talking about blackamoors, all right, Negroes, they are black people. So the real Arabs are black. The original Arabs are black. All right. Hambly, a more recent writer, says in physique, a Moor may be a Berber or an Arab or a mixture of the two with Negro blood as well. All right. So talking about the Negroes. Says many American Negroes are indistinguishable from Arabs. That's the report of the meeting between President Roosevelt and King Ibn Saud. Okay. And King Ibn Saud is actually a descendant of the Rothschilds. Right, so let's get into the Arab slave trade, because we know that Joseph was sold to the Egyptians, and the Arab slave trade has been a very powerful slave trade. All right, it continues to this day. All right, and so these are the white Arabs who took over from the black Arabs in enslaving the whole world. But first it started, of course, with the original Arabs, who were black Arabs. You know, as we're learning more and more now, there was a conflation, in other words, a confusion and mixing of the identity of the Moors and the Jews, because it became taboo to call yourself a Hebrew or Yahudim because you would be persecuted or killed. So they started calling themselves Moors, and Edom was calling themselves Moors. But it's actually the Moors who enslaved. When they talk about slavery in West Africa, or even coming out of Europe, if you're talking about slavery, you're talking about the Edomites, the Arab Edomites, and the Arab Africans, the Arab Muslims enslaving the Israelites and even force converting them to become Muslims, and then sharing and taking on their identity. Again, this is the Umayyad dynasty, and they were a Bantu dynasty who were West Africans. So they were Shemites, and they helped the Arabs to conquer Western Europe because the 10 tribes had lost the North African and Western European territories that belonged to Shem. And there is no northern border for the land of Abraham. It goes all the way from the Ethiopic Sea, which is the Egyptian Sea, according to Jubilees, and then all the way to Euphrates. There's no northern border and there's no southern border. In fact, it goes all the way to the tongue of the sea. So that means it goes all the way to the Rubus Negro. So that was their territory, and they lost it when they had their scattering. And so Judah and the remaining tribes that were scattered had to fight to get it back, because when the temple fell and even Rome was broken down by the Goths and everything, they began to take those lands over because Israel was scattered. Okay? Scattered into the west and scattered deep into Africa. We've already gone over this, but go ahead and read through some of it if you want. All right, so we're going to talk about this guy, Ayub, but what we want to say is that the Turkic people, the Russian horde, or the Ottomans, were descended from the Taimans, from Taiman, who was one of the sons of Esau, okay? And they are so associated with Job, Ayub, son of Esau, in the land of Esau. So Job went through his trial in Uz or Oz, all right? And his name was Ayub or Job, all right? And these are associated later with the Oghuz Khangan, with the Mongolians, okay? So we went over this history in Prester John, but I just want you to see the Ottoman Sultan's primacy among the Turkish monarchs, all right? So they were above them because these are the real Edomites. These are the Edomites who typically ran down and captured Israel in West Africa. So Job was also an Edomite. Job was the one who had the trial of his life, lost his entire family, and then Yah gave his family back to him. So this is actually, if you're Isarian or an Edomite, this is the trial of your life. You have to leave your entire family to join Israel, and your family will be given back to you. Okay, so this is not to discriminate against those who have a heart for Yah, which was the real promise that Yah had also given to Esau as a possibility for his life. Here is the areas where the Nigerians are and where Edom is, and this is a particular Edomite, Ayuba or Solomon Diallo, or Job Solomon Diallo, and of course Job, some speculate that he was actually an Edomite. This gentleman was a Muslim, and he captured and enslaved the Hebrews coming out of these areas in Nigeria. And you can also see, here's another map of Edom. And this again is in the same region where we saw the map of Africa and the Hebrews. Because they would sell to the Europeans. The Europeans could not handle the mosquitoes. They could not handle the malaria or the heat. So this is the work that the black Edomites did in Africa. And this particular guy was an Arab Edomite slave stealer trader who was captured by the Yahudim after capturing a whole bunch of Hebrews and selling them into slavery. And then he was sold to the very trader he had just sold all the Hebrews to. And then he was taken to America. He begged him beforehand, the white slave trader. And so he pleaded with the guy and he said, look, I just sold you a bunch of slaves, but his beard had been shaved off and his hair had been shaved off as well. So he said, well, contact your people, send for them, and if they come get you, I'll free you. But he was sent to America, and then when he arrived there soon after, he was freed and sent back to, and celebrated and sent back. The Arab slave trade was a combination of both enslaving Israel, and then when the Gentiles took over and they took on the identity even of the Arabs, like the Ottomans through the line of Esau, they also enslaved. So white people were enslaved, black people were enslaved, but of course more black people were enslaved than anybody else because they're Israel. And so they're the most persecuted people in the world due to the punishment from Yah. Okay? So this is from howafrica.com, 10 facts about the Arab enslavement of black people not taught in schools. Okay? So this is not going to be pleasant, guys. So please brace yourselves. The number of people enslaved by the Muslims has been hotly debated. Now, of course, because they want to deny the persecution of Israel. Some historians estimate between AD 650 and 1900, 10 million to 20 million people were enslaved by Arab slave traders. Others believe it was 20 million. And so the legacy of Arab Islam in Africa estimates that over 80 million more black people died over that route. The Arab slave trade typically dealt in the sale of castrated male slaves and black boys between the age of 8 and 12. So Israelite boys between 8 and 12 had their members completely amputated. 6 of every 10 bled to death during the procedure, according to some sources, but the high price brought by eunuchs on the market made the practice profitable. Some men were castrated to be eunuchs in domestic service, and this practice was not only limited to black males. The Caliph in Baghdad at the beginning of the 10th century had 7,000 black eunuchs and 4,000 white eunuchs in his palace, says Ronald Siegel in his 2002 book, Islam's Black Slaves, the Other Black Diaspora. Now, they say Arab is not a racial classification. Well, they have mixed, but originally the first Arabs, as we know, were blacks because they would be Ishmaelites and they would have been descendants of Abraham, who dwelt in a hot land, a land that was both hot and cold. All of Africa is very hot. And of course, the Egyptians, who dwelt in a hot land as well. The land of Ham is hot, and so they were dark-skinned. They were known as, Ham was related to people of burnt or dark faces, and they were compared to Ethiopians who cannot change the color of their skin. So they were black, mixed with black. In the beginning, there was more of a mutual respect between blacks and the more lighter-skinned Arabs. However, as Islam demanded for enslaved blacks grew, so did racism towards African. As a casual association with black skin and slave began to be established, racist attitudes towards blacks began to manifest in Arab language and literature. The word for slave, abid, became a colloquialism for African. And here's an image of the women being traded as slaves, the African women. Now this is the Israelites. The Eastern Arab slave trade dealt primarily with African women maintaining a ratio of 2 women to each man. These women and young girls were used by Arabs and other Asians as concubines and menials. A Muslim slaveholder was entitled by law to the sexual enjoyment of his slave women, filling the harems of wealthy Arabs. African women bore them a host of children. The Arab slave trade in the 19th century was economically tied to the European. New opportunities of exploitation were provided by the transatlantic slave trade. This sent Arab slavers into overdrive. The Portuguese on the Swahili coast profited directly and were responsible for the boom in the Arab trade. Meanwhile, on the West African coast, the Portuguese found Muslim merchants entrenched along the African coast as far as the Bight of Benin, and these European enslavers found they could make considerable amounts of gold transporting enslaved Africans from one trading post to another along the Atlantic coast. And the Arab slave trade continues today. You're not to despise your brother Esau, and so here's some history to gain some understanding about the superiority of the Arab culture once they rose up. And they actually allied with Israel in the West, in Western Europe and Spain and everything. So let's let Ivan van Sertima tell us a bit about it and what they built.
Troops and Arab types which are both black as well as a few of them being fair-skinned types. We do know that in the Umayyad dynasty something very unusual begins to happen. First of all, the Muslims show themselves to be extremely generous in victory. Instead of trying to destroy everything they find in Europe and plant their own stuff in, they allow the Europeans to live side by side with them. As they say, they retreated Muslim, Jew, and Christian alike. The Jews, in fact, assist the Muslims to defeat the Christians because the Christians are persecuting the Jews. So this is another factor that we find in the world of the Umayyads. Another thing unusual that begins to happen is that wherever races are strange to each other or are polarized, you find magnetic attractions between races. Wherever you have polarization, you have this occurring. And you find, for example, that the Jews who had already been made slaves, now their slavery is up. Important thing to note here is that something began to happen which is very unfortunate, and that is the white slave trade. Slave comes from Slav. And the reason why the word slave comes from Slav is that the first slaves are white. The Arabs and the Jews get involved in this, It is said that Abdurrahman had nothing to do with it. He did not give it its blessing, etc. But they seem to have some sort of secret on the ground slave trade going on. And you find, just as when the whites took over countries, they brought black women into their harems, or at least had secret liaisons with black women. You have white women finding themselves into the concubinages or harems of Arabs and Africans. Because when the Muslims cracked up in Europe, the Africans were thrust again into Europe and sustained the Muslim dynasties. Thus it is that just around the time the Caliph is dethroned, we find something happening, beginning to happen in Africa. A man called Yahya, an African called Yahya, is developing a movement in the Sahara. An African called Yahya is developing a movement in the Sahara. An African called Yahya is developing a movement in the Sahara. He sovereign, a sultan.
Okay, fam, so I keep showing you this because it's in a lot of my other videos. For those of you on TikTok who've never seen my other videos, a lot of people can see them, have seen them here who are on my YouTube. So Yehuda Yahya Negro ben Dawid, it was a black Hebrew Israelite living in Spain. Okay, so just so you know, they're referring to him. They're referring to him and his descendants. Okay, so that's why I just keep repeating this. So he's talking about somebody in that particular time in the region where the Arabs were taking over in North and West Africa, who was helping with the rise of the Arab nation. Okay, and I have more videos on this, but let's keep it moving.
1086 AD, and this runs for a whole century. This century, very remarkable things happen. The Africans have their court in Africa and their court in Spain, just as the Europeans later were to have their empire consolidated at home and abroad. The Africans have their courts in Africa and their courts in Spain. And the Almoravids, they are very strong until Yusuf dies, and then comes his son, who is not as strong. A man arises, a leader in Africa in the early 12th century, who calls himself Mahdi, or the Mahdi, and his followers begin to strengthen themselves, and they push aside the Almoravids, and they invade Europe, and by 1150, their armies defeat the Christians of Spain. This is the last of the great African dynasties. It runs right through to 1230 AD, when eventually the Christians begin to push the Africans back. About 3 million Africans go back down into Africa, and the things begin to break up in the Iberian Peninsula, and it still holds a certain strength for about 200 years until 1492, the very year Columbus sailed. The last great battle between the Christians and the Moors occurred, and the Christians are finally defeated at Granada, and a massive destruction of Moorish documents occurred. But what did the Moors bring to Europe? Europe was in the Dark Age. Whatever the Greeks may have done, whatever the Romans may have done, Europe had fallen into grave decline. European science was a joke compared to African and Asian science. The Europeans, for example, one of them was trying to show that the distance from the Earth to the Moon was the diameter of the Earth. In order to write the diameter of the Earth, he calculated or estimated the circumference and divided it by 2. That was the level of science. There was no complex mathematics, no complex science either in Spain or any part of Europe at that time. Many advances that had been made by the Greeks and Romans were lost. So that when Chandler calls his article Light of Europe's Dark Age, this is a very true and precise statement of what was happening. Then comes the Moors. And the Moors caused a massive movement of knowledge into the places where they settled. Thus we find that Spain becomes the main center for the translation of all the works of antiquity. Egyptian works and all other works that are translated into Arabic, then they're translated into Spanish, then they're translated into Latin. Thus Europe becomes open, and the Muslims become open to the knowledge of the world. They thrust into India, they bring back various things. How many of us know that the Europeans only counted with letters? The Europeans did not have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you talk about Roman numerals, it's IX and X, and those are letters. The Greeks used letters to count with. The Romans used letters. It is the Indian, the Hindu, who had those numerals, and Arabs brought it out of India. Many things were brought out of Egypt. Many things were brought out of various parts of the world in order to build what was later to be known as Western civilization. So that we have an extraordinary situation. One of the things that is most remarkable is that the very things that were used to defeat us came from outside of Europe. Artillery, firearms are not European in origin. People like to say, oh, we defeated you because we had superior firepower. Where did they get it from? The Arabs, a manuscript in Leningrad, an Arabic manuscript, shows the first use of artillery by the Moors in a battle with the Indians. The chemical components of gunpowder are developed through the chemistry of the Moors. The Europeans do not know about gunpowder. Gunpowder had been used even earlier by the Egyptians, but it was not used in the way it was used by the Europeans later on. But the Arabs used it in that way. They did use it in artillery. And the first firing of artillery in the world is by the Moors. And the first use of gunpowder in that context. And the ships were so absolutely critical to the expansion of the European empire. Look at those ships. Take the caravel, for example, the Portuguese caravel. Many of the nautical instruments, the compass, the astrolabe, are not invented in Europe. They are brought in by the Moors from other parts of the world. So that Spain, where the Moors concentrated, became a center through which all of these things coalesced. That is the reason why Spain was able to make the first major thrust, and Portugal, not because of any other special advantage, because when we compare what was happening in the rest of Europe, we are appalled. Let me pause in Europe. In Cordova, the old Pact Cordova, they found a city of 250,000 houses and 1 million people, when no city in Europe outside Moorish Spain had a population of 30,000. Its massive walls had a circuit of 14 miles and had 7 large iron gates faced with brass. Its streets were paved so soundly indeed that in some of them you tread the same stones today. Just as you cross the Guadalquivir on the same noble bridge, drained by large sewers, flushed with water from the many fountains which sparkled in the sun and lit by lamps at night. It had 80,455 shops, besides 4,300 markets, and in these you could buy amber from the Baltic, Russian furs, Chinese tea, Indian spices, African ebony and ivory, and more than 1,000 mosques, the largest of which is still one of the architectural wonders of the world in spite of latest Spanish disfigurement. Its low scarlet and gold roof, supported by 1,000 columns of marble, jasper, and porphyry, was lit by thousands of brass and silver lamps which burned perfumed oil, the largest being 38 feet in circumference, containing 46,000 silver plates for reflecting the light. The exquisite prayer chamber, the unique pulpit, and the caliph's private section with floors of silver and gold-plated doors completed this wonderful monument of opulence and art. When we look at the arts and sciences, and that is something that is most remarkable, paper was introduced by the Moors into Spain. The windmill was introduced into Europe by the Moors. Gunpowder was introduced into Europe by the Moors. Artillery was introduced into Europe by the Moors. The nautical instruments like the astrolabe and the compass, the axe, the 3-cornered or 4-cornered axial rudder, the 3-masted ships, all these were introduced by the Moors. Here we have claiming about all of this tremendous industrial revolution that came purely out of European genius. While in the 10th and 11th centuries, all Europe could show scarcely a single public library, note this, and could boast of only 2 universities that were worthy of the name. There were in Spain at that same time, under the Moors, more than 70 public libraries, of which the one in Cordova alone contained 600,000 manuscripts. In addition, the country possessed 17 famous universities, among which those at Cordova, Seville, Granada, Malaga, Jaén, Valencia, Almería, and Toledo were especially outstanding. Astronomy, physics, chemistry, mathematics, geometry, philology, geography reached in Spain the highest stage at the time known anywhere. Artists and scholars united in special associations for the pursuit of their studies. There were regular congresses of all branches of science where the latest achievements of research were announced and discussed, which naturally contributed greatly to the spread of scientific thought.
All right, fam. So I want to make sure you guys can hear me. I'm just stopping it here because we have to kind of revise history a little bit because, you know, the Northern Kingdom and Israel were in these areas before, and we know they had paper because we know they have the scriptures, right? So you see how everyone kind of does their own little kind of revision of history. And of course, they had taken Jacob captive, right, in these times. And so they actually used, in order to conquer Western Europe, they used the Yehudis. Tariq and another guy were used to conquer Western Europe by the Moors. And there's this, I should probably show it to you guys, but there's this whole story. I got to see if maybe it's in here, because I can't always remember what I put in these videos. But there's this whole story about this conquest of these lands. And yeah, it's done by the Israelites for them. And so, we go into some of the things like the Songhai Empire and so forth here. So, you know, listen to it with a grain of salt. The Black Arabs were right in Europe. But one of the things that was also happening, fam, was that the Europeans, like the Canaanites basically, were in Europe. And they would use, if you go to this one channel, it's really new age, called Mind Unveiled. They have videos where they talk about how the Europeans conducted themselves when they got into the land of the blacks in Western Europe. And there are so many books and so many videos now on this and the fact that Western Europe was black. And when these Canaanites and stuff got in there, they would literally have all the black people serving them, and they would eat food, and then they would poop in bowls and make their servants take it out and dump it out in the street. That's why you have movies like Oliver Twist. And so these people were, you know, where they have streams of sewage flowing through the streets in Europe and the books, and they talk about how filthy Europe was. It wasn't initially, but that's what these people did with it. So again, now when the Arabs went up there and were making their incursions, they started cleaning the people up because they had just messed up the Western European kingdom so badly. Everything was filthy. They didn't really know sciences. And so I just wanted to add that. If anybody has a comment, let me know. But otherwise, I'll keep it moving. Okay, because this is a lot of information here. So they had a lot of books. They built these East Timbuktu, and there's more. Tuareg ethnicity. The Sankor quarter of northeast Timbuktu became the dwelling place of the scholars and teachers, and it was here that the first libraries were created. Scholars and kings acquired their books during their travels from merchants coming from the north and with books for sale. Mansa Musa bought the works on Maliki law and ordered the construction of the great mosque of Timbuktu. Now, it was a religious city, and there was an African proverb that said, salt comes from the north, gold's the south, and silver from the country of the white man. The word of God and the treasures of wisdom were only to be found in Timbuktu. Pious Sikh Abdu Abdullah had no property and bought slaves that he might give them their liberty. Also, some of the holiest and learned men resided in Walata. Learning flourished within Jan. It had a university of very high reputation. The university boasted of having thousands of teachers. There were reports of several different surgical operations successfully performed by the medical doctors of Jan, for example, cataract eye surgery. And Timbuktu surpassed them both after 1500. According to the destruction of black civilization by Chancellor Williams, in the Muslim destruction of the Songhai Empire, or the Shungite Empire, the main centers of learning with all their precious libraries and original manuscripts were destroyed first. According to Diop, the loss of the judicial and administrative archives assistants of Cadiz kept the minutes of the sessions, but tons of documents have disappeared. Influenced by Williams and Diop, most black scholars believe that West Africa's intellectual heritage was destroyed mostly after 1591, so that's around the Inquisition. Ahmed Baba complained to the Sultan of Morocco that his troops had stolen 1,600 books from him, and this was the smallest library of any of his friends, 1,600 books. He wrote 70 works in Arabic, many on jurisprudence, but some on grammar and syntax. Professor Chancellor Williams says Baba was the greatest and most prolific African writer and scholar in the 16th century. Perhaps African can be dropped here, for who else, Asian or European, authored a comprehensive dictionary and 40, actually 70 other works during this period. Eventually, all great things come to an end. There were problems in Morocco, and Sultan Muhammad was dethroned. A sinister alliance between the Sultan al-Mansur of Morocco and Queen Elizabeth I of England. The role of English arms trading in Morocco is what turned everything around, and the British ruled.
Upon gaining independence from Great Britain in 1960, the newly formed Nigerian Republic was greatly divided, as its three largest ethnic groups struggled to live in harmony. Beyond the more obvious distinctions like language, clothing, and marriage customs, Nigeria's three main ethnic groups also had fundamental differences in values and worldviews, which had been developed over the many centuries leading up to the colonial era and the formation of the Nigerian state. The Igbos, who represented about 60 to 70% of the population of the southeast, were mostly Christians who in the centuries before the colonial era had lived in relatively egalitarian societies. Igbo's particular appreciation for wealth creation through hard work is undoubtedly the main reason why many of Nigeria's champions of industry have been of Igbo ancestry. By contrast, the majority Muslim Hausa Fulani, which represented about 65% of the northern population, had lived for many years in feudal societies in which large working-class populations were ruled by a small theocratic elite composed of emirs and sultans. As their political leaders often doubled as religious leaders, compliance and submission to the will of the political establishment was not simply a civic duty, but a religious one. Very much unlike in Igbo societies, there was nothing particularly odd or shameful about a man aspiring to live a modest life as a farm worker, craftsman, or a nomadic cattle herder. Some studies estimated that as at Nigeria's independence in 1960, northern Nigeria had an English literacy rate of just 2%, compared to the southeast, which had an English literacy rate of 19.2%. The Yorubas, which formed about 75% of Nigeria's southwestern population, were in many ways a sort of halfway house between the Igbos and the Hausa Fulani, both in terms of their religious affiliation and their political history. Although also majority Christian, they nevertheless had significant populations of Muslims as well as followers of the ancient Yoruba religions. In simple terms, the traditional Yoruba political structure was basically less autocratic than the Hausa Fulani, but not as democratic as the Igbo. For centuries, Yoruba societies were ruled by kings known as Obas, who governed in close consultation with chiefs, priests, and priestesses. Culturally, the Yorubas were quite similar to the Igbo in their appreciation for individual drive and ambition. However, the Yorubas tended to channel their energies towards excellence in the arts and academia, as opposed to pure industry and wealth creation. Would be very far from the truth. In reality, Most Yoruba societies got on well enough with Igbo societies. The main culture clash, if you like, was between the Hausa Fulanis of the north and the two major ethnic groups of the south. Prior to the colonial era, ancient Yoruba kingdoms such as the Oyo Empire had for many years suffered under several waves of jihadi attacks by the Islamic Sokoto Caliphate of the north, led by the famous Sultan Uthman Dan Fodio. Now, although the Igbos did not have a similar history of warring with the Hausa Fulani, the British colonial enterprise would create the perfect environment for the sharp differences between these two tribes to be brought to the forefront. In 1914, British High Commissioner Frederick Lugard effectively created the country we know today as Nigeria by bringing the northern and southern regions together in the now infamous Nigerian Amalgamation of 1914. Till this very day, the feeling amongst many Yoruba and Igbo historians is that one of the main purposes of this amalgamation was to place the more affluent South under the control of the autocratic North. The theory goes that by joining the more educated and therefore less controllable southern region to the much larger northern region, the British government was better able to implement its policy of indirect rule, as the amalgamation essentially gave dominion over the entire country to the northern elites, who were significantly less rebellious and generally more amenable to British interests. It is also worth noting that from 1914 onwards, the British adopted a practice of placing northerners in key leadership positions within the colonial administration. Despite being generally better educated, southerners were more often than not limited to managerial and executive roles within the colonial apparatus.
In the year 1969, the 2-year Nigeria-Biafra war killed an estimated 1 to 3 million people, mostly from the Igbo tribe in eastern parts of the country. What's worse, the starvation and the lack of support they were left with afterwards, the Igbo Bantus diaspora. Afterwards, over 10 million people died of starvation, mostly children. And so during that televised war, that's where you would see all these images of starving children in Africa, and then they would capitalize off of the charity for that. That's another. And this was conflict between, again, the Fulani versus the Igbo. This is part of the ongoing conflict between Esau and Jacob, between the Fulani and the Igbos in Africa. How do they maintain slavery today? Well, they do it in a number of ways. It's as though this were an homage from France and Paris and Fashion Week to the Fulani, who enable them to remain billionaires, who monopolize all of the money in Africa, places like Nigeria. America does it too, but France is the most powerful colonizer in Africa. That's why when you go to France, you have no idea what these people do, because they don't do anything. If you see, the Nigerian leader, Buhari, taking trips off to England, he's going to visit his relatives. He's going to visit his cousins, the Rothschilds, because he is Fulani, and he is an Edomite, who is, and this is what I always say to Africans, I'm like, you need to look into who the families are who are running your nation, because this is not black on black violence. This is the Edomites against Israel. The Fulani and other Edomite tribes go all over West Africa and even to South Africa, taking over farmers' land by feeding their cattle, and it causes desertification because the cattle twist and pull the grass up by the roots, and so it compromises farms and the land and farmers. And then the farmers wind up losing money, losing their whole family. Their family gets split up and their children end up wandering the streets, because the Islamic government does nothing to protect the farmers. Counter this, propaganda from the Daily Mail shows them as the most endangered people and this oppressed people. However, they're participating in all of this capitalization of the land as sort of a quiet part of it. We have articles that state that most of the Muslims, as I said before as I've been talking here, it says that most of these Muslims are Fulani. Amidst the Fulani are, of course, Hebrews and Ishmaelites who have mixed in with them and whose nations are somewhat integrated with them, although they do keep a degree of separation. But there is a problem with children of these other nations just wandering the street because they have no economic means of survival. And so there's all these young Al-Majri children or Al-Majri boys wandering the street, descendants of Ishmael and Israel. And it's quite an issue in the land. The Al-Majri children are children who wander the streets begging for food under the guise of being potential Islamic students under some imam, and the imams usually exploit them. The Al-Majri grows up in the streets without love, care, or guidance of parents. His struggle for survival exposes him to abuse, homosexuality, and pedophilia, used as a slave and brainwashed, and recruited for antisocial activities and used for destructive and violent activities. This is the picture of the painful plight of the Al-Majri boys. And they say that they could be sitting on a ticking time bomb that could be worse than the endemic terrorism Boko Haram currently inflicts on them. So implying that these children can be made into child soldiers. They are abused and they're trafficked and they're molested. And the government doesn't really do anything about it because it's just kind of a free-for-all. The culture is a pedophilic culture. Now, I'm not saying that all Arabic culture is, but to a large extent it is. We've seen in Beast of No Nation that's true. And so this is another way that the Israelites are still being enslaved and trafficked by the Muslims, by the Edomite Fulani. And these are the same people who trafficked Israel in the transatlantic slave trade from Africa over to America. All the officials seem to say is, oh, change is very slow. We're doing what we can. They've been saying that for years. This particular news story speaks of Islamic State of West Africa releasing a video of a child who looked to be around 10 years old executing a Christian man in Borno, Nigeria. And there's even a history of many of them being jailed for months and even years without any hearing, any court proceedings, on the grounds that they are this potential military threat. When we look at the history of this, the Nigerian army had imprisoned a lot of child suspects, suspecting that they could possibly be used by Boko Haram as military agents, terrorists, child bombers, that sort of thing. And this became of great concern to Human Rights Watch. And so consequently, the children were released 3 weeks after Human Rights Watch published a report documenting the degrading inhuman conditions in which children have been held at Giwa Barracks. Human Rights Watch found that the children were detained without charge for months or years in squalid and severely overcrowded cells. Children described beatings, overwhelming heat, and frequent hunger. And remember, this is a pedophile culture, and it's Babylonian. That is part of this culture. Edom wears the red crown, and he is the predatory bird. And you'll notice Idris Elba is playing Edom in a lot of movies. Slavery continues all over the continent of Africa, in Libya, Morocco, Yemen. A lot of people are trafficked, and we're even going to touch on the Lord's Liberation Army, etc., because once again, it's the same people, the Edomites. Said these men tried to bribe the Nigerian government, but obviously this kind of thing has been going on for a very long time. This is being used as leverage against the Chinese for Nigeria to get their country back. However, let's take a look at the real process that's been happening with the corrupt government.
You know that the loan that China is paying, they cargoed it, meaning ship arrived with the money in containers. Why do you do that? Only in Nigeria that they say a loan that was collected by the federal government had to come in a ship. Okay. Do you know that the loan from IMF was what these Hausa people, I told you, they have all they think of is to chop money and to kill, just like an alligator. How can you come down to the level of corruption that you say loan in these days of digital banking, in these days of electronic banking, in these days of banking in which it's just wireless. They insist, say, make that money come in cash, land for Lagos Wharf. And so you're surprised when I say that they follow. That is impunity. Remember, the title of my show today is Terrorism, Loans, and Impunity. They say that is, they don't fear people anymore. Make it arrive in container when we feel collect our share. Do you know how much of that money gets lost in the process? Loan money. How can you have there's no Nigeria? The worst thing in history. Money coming in container. When I heard it, my spirit left me. I called someone. I said, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Jesus, it's a lie. They confirmed it for me. They said, yes. That day, but army full the wharf. That day, military presence in the wharf was beyond understanding because the money was arriving in a ship. The money was arriving in a ship. Military presence, full wharf on different loads that are arriving at the wharf, not through wireless, this thing will come a part of Biafra for one reason, and that is to save the world from terrorism, because the Fulanis are all thinking of how they could make the whole of Nigeria Sharia land. The pressure is the whole of northern Nigeria is Sharia, the whole of southern is Christian. If you've read the Quran, you will understand that this is an abnormality in their eyes. They are not supposed to be under us. The Quran forbids it, that they should be under us. Like Muslim be vice president, Christian be president. It forbids that. It forbids that they should ever even work with us because we're unbelievers, we're infidels. Foreign banks have eaten trillions of dollars from African money. Not the actual African, just using it to do their investments, using it to trade on it. Because wait, I told you the story. The other day that Trump released the name of all the Nigerian guys that have their money is in billion in American banks. It's in billion. And I remember how I told you how the trade world works. $1 million deposits gives you permission to do $1 million trades. $1 billion deposits give you permission to do $1 billion trades. So when someone puts in that kind of money, then he ignores it for 8 years because he doesn't want EFCC to catch him. And he leaves it there till people forget he even stole it, then he can go and touch it. Do you know how much money foreigners have made from that your money? And they trade daily. They don't trade in years. They trade daily. They've made trillions of dollars.
Next, we're going to go into
so I'm just going to pause
some of the
for a second.
Ethiopians. And as
Because I just want you guys to understand kind of what's going on there. So this is what they do. Like, it's just terrible government corruption where they literally take all that loan money and everything, or they take the oil money, because Nigeria is supposed to have a huge oil industry that was not prospering at all for some strange reason. Supposed to have the most oil in the whole of the continent of Africa. And so what they would do with the funds or the loans is they, the corrupt officials take it to America, put it in banks. And this is what the French are doing as well. So it goes into banks and then they forget that somebody stole it because there's really no oversight. Meanwhile, America is earning interest, family. America is earning interest on that money. So it's sitting in the American banks earning interest. So it's making daily billions of dollars. And this is what the French are doing. So even though the French take about 500 billion from Africa, all of Africa's banking, same formula, is done in France. And so all of their transactions have to be done in the franc. And so they're making trillions and trillions on top of that. And this is why, the French right now are getting ready to go to war with Africa. Like, they're saying that they're going to do, soft diplomacy with them now. But you see, they caught them. They supposedly caught them, even though they've been in the Congo forever, right? They're just like, get out, French. And so the French are like, oh, we got to go to war because that's their only way. They live off of Africa. They just have fashion shows and eat croissants. I would say that, you guys. Not really hating on just regular French people, but yeah, so that's what's going on. Do you guys have any comments, questions? Should we just keep it moving and wait till the end? We're almost through this. And this is not even, there's so much more to know about the other nations, but we can keep it moving unless anyone has a comment. Keep it moving. Okay. All right, let's keep it moving. So now we're going to go into some of the Ethiopians here.
said before, some of the 10 tribes remained among the Ethiopians.
and as well as the descendants of Abraham and Keturah. So I already mentioned that Dan and Manasseh, so children of the half tribe of Manasseh, dwelt in the land. So some of the tribes, Abdali is one of the tribes among the Eritreans. Okay? In Djibouti and Eritrea. This is where the Afar tribe lives. And they are descendants of Manasseh. And some of them are descendants of, this is Judah. And so some of them are descendants of Judah as well as the sons of Midian. All right, and then there's the Oromo tribe, and these are more descendants of Esau. So Anak is one of them. And Dan is also the Danakil. The Danites are also among Danak, Dan brother. All right, are also the Afar, also known as the Danakil, are part of these Ethiopian tribes. And we read that in the last Prester John video. Go ahead and take a look at it. Right, we already went over this. All right, so the Solomonic dynasty, known as the House of Solomon, was a dynasty of the Ethiopian Empire formed in the 13th century. Its members claim descent from King Solomon, and that the queen gave birth to Menelik after her biblically described visit to Solomon in Jerusalem. Now, the Zagwe dynasty is the dynasty we were just talking about, okay? And those are descendants of Sheba, as well as there's Dan mixed in and Manasseh's mixed in. And also there are members of the Midianites, descendants of Abraham and Keturah mixed in. And so this is a mixed nation of the descendants of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. But this Zagwe dynasty was overthrown by Yekuno Amalek. So this is Amalek, all right? And that's who claimed descendancy from Solomon, and that dynasty was Haile Selassie. That's the second Edomite dynasty. And I know people don't like to hear that, but that's what it is. All right. And he does really look like an Edomite. And so here's another one of the Amalehu, another one of what I believe are the true Hebrews among the Eritreans. He looks very Eritrean, not Edomitish at all. And this is his son, his offspring. And he actually went to war with the British. The British didn't support him at all. And they actually, when he got upset about it, they attacked him and killed him. And they took his son captive. And then his son, this guardian, was set over him. And you can see he's clearly a Hun. He's a Gentile. All right, so we're going to move on now to China. And so we're going to make these connections, obviously, back to the Hun and the Gentiles, who were a Mongoloid race, because they did take over, as I said before in the other videos on Prester John. They usurped the Ethiopians, and they started to take the kingdom. So like I said, the Roman kingdom was divided into 10 tribes. 10 tribes, all right, around between 190 AD and 476 AD. The Romans were removed by the Goths, okay? And this was, behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and exceedingly strong, and its teeth were of iron, devouring and crushing to atoms, and it trampled the remainder of its feet. And it was altogether different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So this is the emergence of the 10 horns, all right? And this comes from Tartaria and from the Mongoloids, who then morph into the Hebrew nations, all right, and take over the identity. So, and as I've said before, this is when there is all this mixing that goes on, but it's actually at the command of Yah. So if we look at, I've quoted this before, and this from the Septuagint, Jeremiah 27 to 32, and behold, the days will come, saith Yahuwah, that I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehudah with the seed of man and the seed of beast, because they are the seed of Satan, who is the beast. But then Daniel says, and whereas thou saw iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave to one another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. So this, I believe, is about transhumanism more so, and all their weird genetic mutations. But also there's something to be said, because Yah does say, every seed that I have not planted will be uprooted. It has to be of his direction. And so these are all the groups, the fallen angel groups, the Suevi, the Visigoths, the Scythians, the Ostrogoths, the Vandals, the Saxons, the Lombards, the Franks, the Alemanni, the Burgundians. They become the German, Swiss, French, Italians, Portuguese, people of the Netherlands. They go into all the lands of Shem and take over their identities. And these are the Shiite dynasties of Asia. And see, this is what Menelik, all right, the line of Menelik became when mixed in with the Huns, so mixed in with the Chinese, Asian, Mongoloids, all right? We talked about this in the last Prester John video, and this was the last Menelik, all right? He's old here, so he's looking kind of faded out. But that's his descendancy among the Mongoloids. This was also a Menelik. Prester John.
So we went over this
And
yesterday.
this kingdom most probably identifies as the medieval Russia or the horde known as the Great Mongolian Empire according to medieval tradition. Prester John belonged to a very old genus and was really a descendant of the Magi, right? So that's the Assyrians, that is the Shemites, the MEDO-PERSIANs, or the Persians, I guess. And it is possible that the tribes of his subjects were the same as the infidel Turks of Benjamin of Toluda. All right? And so this is what they call themselves, Twedros. Like even today, the Ethiopian head of the WHO calls himself, his last name's Twedros, two doors, right? So they took on this identity confusion by mixing. All right, and so this was the switch in this Prester John, the legend and its sources. Genghis Khan was serving one of the descendants of Prester John, and he worked very hard serving him as a vassal, and their nation paid tribute. And this is after the king Yelu. There was a king Yelu first who conquered all the land, and he conquered all the Arabs. And then up came the Hun, and the Hun paid tribute to him. Yelu Dashi, or Yelu Tashi, had defeated all of the Islamists in the area of Tartaria all the way to Ethiopia, and he had a great empire, and the Arabs really respected him even in their defeat. He gave birth to a son who was the next Prester, and this Prester gets into it with the Huns. The Russians originally, a lot of them were black. There were black Russians, okay? And very likely the original Russians were probably a little browner, right? Because this was not the fallen angel seed. But nonetheless, Esau went up in there. And we know that they are associated with Rusadan, the Sudonians, all right? And so that can be the Sudanese and the Sudonians. And the Zidonians oppressed the 10 tribes. Soon the Zidonians were oppressing the Israelites in the promised land. Sidon or Sadia probably meant fishery or fishing town, etc. All right, and there was a queen of Georgia known as Rusadan, tied to the Sidonians or the Sadia. So in the Sudan and with the scattering of Israel, there coalesced these groups of people, and this is my theory, in that amongst them were the Yahudim, so they would call them the Sudanese, right? And then there were the Hamites and Ishmaelites in that area as well, who pushed Israel out. And so it's a combination of, it's really a mixed multitude, but a very dark one that is in the Sudan. And of course, Israel is caught in the mix there as the Yahudim. We Darfur and the Sudan are areas that, you know, politically China kind of remains silent on, as well as Russia. The Darfur genocide refers to current mass slaughter and rape of Darfur men, women, and children in western Sudan. And the killings began in 2003 as the first genocide of the 21st century. It's carried out by a group of government-armed, funded Arab militias known as the Janjaweed, which loosely translates as devils on horseback. Now, I don't know a lot about this. I've seen some documentaries on it. I'm by no means an expert on this, but the word was always that the weapons were coming from the Russians and the financing from the Chinese, and a lot of ivory was taken out of these areas and taken to China. So the Sudan is the largest country in Africa. You can see by this map here, and see it's right next door to Israel. And one of the figures moving around there whose influence seems to have died down is Joseph Kony of the Lord's Resistance Army, who's been practicing in more the southern region a lot of violence against men and women and children, and setting up these armies of children and sending them through this extreme trauma and child sex slavery, and forcing children to participate in hostilities was something that Kony was known to have practiced. And now the word is that he's no longer really a threat. He's kind of died down. So, but they now say that this man is no longer a threat. Following independence from Britain in 1956, the Sudan became embroiled in two prolonged civil wars. For the remainder of the 20th century, conflicts were rooted in northern economic, political, and social domination of largely non-Muslim, non-Arab southern Sudanese. So these people are Christians, and the civil war ended in 1972 but broke out again in 83. There were more than 2 million deaths over 2 decades as the civil war between North and South reached its peak in the 1990s. The government ignored the reports of rising violence in Darfur, while the comprehensive peace agreement ended in the North-South war in 2005. Granting additional political power to South Sudan, it failed to take into account the effects of the war on Darfur. Darfur remained underdeveloped and marginalized at the federal level, lacking infrastructure and development assistance. This neglect, combined with allegations that the government was arming Arab tribesmen to raid non-Arab villages, was cited as the justification for a February 2003 rebel attack on a Sudanese Air Force base in El Fasher, North Darfur. Today is the current situation between the Sudanese Catholics and the Pope. As you guys know, I love to show this video because there is a whole power switch back to black going on, and the Pope did remove the title Vicar of Christ from himself. Some people think it's because the Antichrist is here, but there's other reasons. The whole power structure is shifting to the west. These are a number of Sudanese people in northwestern Africa, or northeastern, however you want to say, because you know everyone's confused about directions. But this is part of that story, so I just thought I would show these people. So that wraps up the Muslims. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. Baruch Atah. Shalom. All right, fam. So there is a lot we covered. And I've covered a lot of this in other videos. There's also another video that accompanies this, talks about the fact that Haile Selassie massacred over 1 million people of the tribes, the other tribes in Ethiopia. And then, of course, we know the Lord's Liberation Army was run by the Muslims, and it was the Black Muslims, Joseph Kony, etc. It was a brother, chocolate brother. So this wasn't just, black on black violence, or our people got issues and they hate each other. There are real factions here. And I even showed you guys, I think I put it on my latest video on TikTok. And there was even a season where a bunch of young women were kidnapped And oh, sorry, I thought I had my camera on, fam. Sorry. I've just got too much to pay attention to here, fam. So just help me out, family, if you guys, if I don't have something on and I'm talking and it's like, we can't see you. But anyway, yeah, so what they used to, there were a number of women who were taken in Nigeria, young women, and they were never returned, but they did a huge charity fundraising campaign for them, raised all this money, and yeah, took all the charity money, never brought the women back. So a lot of this kind of corruption goes on. And so here, I think, is my latest video. You can see it on my channel, but it comes from this woman's channel. And it's just about, you know, the child brides. You see the boys are being trafficked, and then there's the child brides. There was the whole Lekki tollgate massacre 2 years ago, right? That was all, a lot of the Israelites. I even lost track of this one guy who I was talking to there. They had him trying to fish information. It's complicated out of me and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, so they're really persecuted there. But so
people, just take a look at what I'm seeing right now. This guy should be 60 or 70 years old, and this girl is just 12 years old. It is high time Nigerians speak up against such marriages. This is pedophile. This is a pedophile. And look at the women, they are also enabling it, even congratulating, happy. Please speak up now. This man should be arrested now. This thing should stop now in the name of religion.
Yeah, so when you hear all this stuff, so in the Muslim religion, you are not supposed to be. They try to sell it other ways, but so these are the things that you know, the diaspora has been enduring, right? So these are the things that, you know, the Edomites are doing in Africa. And I haven't even gone into South Africa. I mean, I haven't even researched South Africa, you know, but they're there too. And so let me just turn the camera around for you guys. Yeah, so any feedback or thoughts? I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, and, you know, and there's a lot of prophecy that talks about the return to the land and what's going to happen to Edom when Israel returns to the land, etc. I know it's disturbing, so some people are just upset. Yeah, this is why you just can't go for the camp narrative that Esau is white, because what you gonna do? Like lately, there was like a whole group of Africans who went back to Ghana. And they got kicked. I couldn't find the whole story, but I just saw the headline. They got kicked off their land. They had African Americans had bought some land, were building on it. They got kicked off of it to build a hotel for some LGBTQ in Ghana.
Wow.
Who engineered that? Like, you know, you go back to Africa and you don't know, you're not circumspect. You think Edom is white?
Yeah, that's wild.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's where you don't know your enemy.
Exactly. That's how dangerous it is. That's why it's very dangerous, family. And so, you know, when I hear the camps teaching this, or anybody, even some of my teachers, like, you know, some of the Hebrews I love, you know, even some of my mentors are still teaching that Edom is white. Just like, but you know, I used to just not have any friends because I would not tolerate anything. Yeah. I'm not going to be your friend then, but you know, because you know, but it's not a salvation issue, but it's an issue, right? It's a problem. Is that
it's a huge issue of it's less of salvation, but more of destruction. Like on earth. Like you will be destroyed because you will not know. You won't even know, so you're going to be destroyed on earth. You know, and because of the way that you're being destroyed, you won't even know that you're leading others to the same destruction because you're not being practical about just the information. The information it's there in Isaac and Rebecca. Like it's there. If Esau, if you want to say that Esau is white people and only white people alone, you're just denying the practicality of how genetics work. If everybody else was dark and then he come out red, if you want to say that that means white, how could all of his descendants be that way? All of his descendants couldn't be that way because he had two melanated, highly melanated parents. So it's not going to just all come out in one way. So it's just impractical to think that you're going to have everybody out of all of his 4 wives, everybody's going to come out looking like, you know, a European. It's just not practical. Also, when you consider in the higher levels of like Siberia, you know, and the early Scots, these are black people. You know, the early Vikings, these were black. These are melanated people. I mean, right now we only recognize the Siberians, but you can see the Siberians, they look like melanated, kind of Asian, kind of, you know, this, kind of that, but they're above what Gog and Magog, which would be Russia. So it's just not practical to assume that all the white people are Esau and Edom and none of the black people are. It's just not practical.
And especially when Yah says, behold, I will make you small among the nations, because he spoiled his seed. So he now had a genetic deficiency.
Yep. Which is why everybody, if he gets with something, you notice, I've noticed, like, you could always tell when a parent was black, but you can't always tell when a parent is white. You can't always tell when a parent is, you know, Asian, but you know that, oh, that's a Blackanese. You know what I'm saying? You know that you can see it. It's strong, right? And be like, well, what you mix with? We know that you're mixed with black, but you don't necessarily know, like, wait, are you mixed with Russian? Are you mixed with English? Are you mixed with Irish? Are you mixed with Scottish? Are you mixed with, we don't know. Like, what is Lucy Liu? You know what I mean? You don't really know what she's mixed with. She could be mixed with all of those, that quote unquote diaspora of European. She could be Swedish, you know, she could be German, she could be, but you know, if that daddy was black, you know it 100%. Like when it's a mix. So it's like, it's just, you know, it's practical aspects of genetics. But and then you have the etymology when you talk about the people that were in the video, you were talking about how the people are in Nigeria, you know, the ones that are the Edo and the ones that are the Igbo, right? And those are the ones that are separate. They are separate people. They are, you know, they have mixing in the Yoruba area, right? But then you have like the ones that are Muslim, Islam, right? And which are the 67%, right? And then you have that percentage that are Igbo, right? And so for those people, like the percentage, that's obviously a different, you have a different religion, you have a different walk, you have a different thing, but they look the same. Right? They look the same. They could blend in with each other very easily, which is why, of course, they ran down there, you know, and history. Then you also have history and evidence when it comes to the Negro land maps and things like that, when it shows that specific area of Nigeria would be where Judah, or Judah was from. So we have the narrative, oh, it was our own people selling us into slavery. We have that narrative, right? We have that narrative, but like, no, they were not necessarily your own people. They looked like you, but they weren't your people. Right? Yeah. You know, so that's where, but we know it. We're always suspicious. You know what I mean? We always have that, but then we kind of like put the glossing over on it when it's the Hutus and the Watutsis all over again with what the Europeans did with
sadly. Yeah, and let me show you this video. I haven't posted it. I'm going to post it tomorrow, but I'll let you guys
join this.
Hold on. Okay, thank you.
Sadly.
Hold on.
Our own men and our sons have joined the ranks of the stranger. They have joined his religion.
All right, we'll start from the beginning.
It is already too late, said Oberika.
Hold on 1 second. Where is it? Oh, wait. This should be. Can you guys see this on the. Let me stop the share because I got to make sure that they can see it. I have to make sure they can see it on YouTube and on TikTok. All right. Ooh, I'll stop the live stream. I'm getting so distracted. All right. So let's see. Share. All right. All right. So here's this video that I found, but I just added a bit to it.
It is already too late, said Oberika sadly. Our own men and our sons have joined the ranks of the stranger. They have joined his religion, and they help to uphold his government. If we should try to drive out the white men in Umuofia, we should find it easy. There are only 2 of them. But what of our own people who are following their way and have been given power? They would go to Umuru and bring the soldiers, and we would be like Abame. He paused for a long time and then said, I told you on my last visit to Mbanta how they hanged Aneto. What has happened to that piece of land in dispute? Asked Okonkwo. The white man's court has decided that it should belong to Nama's family, who had given much money to the white man's messengers and interpreter. Does the white man understand our custom about land? How can he, when he does not even speak our tongue? But he says that our customs are bad, and our own brothers who have taken up his religion also say that our customs are bad. How do you think we can fight when our own brothers have turned against us? The white man is very clever. He came peaceably and quietly with his religion. We were amused at his foolishness and allowed him to stay. Now he has won our brothers, and our clan can no longer act like one. He has put a knife on the things that held us together, and we have fallen apart.
All right. So I don't know if you got all of that, but this is from Things Fall Apart, which is a book my mother had for years, and I never read it. And I think I actually even had it in my storage. I would stare at it all the time, and I wish I had read it. I just didn't want to get depressed, honestly, because I'd read so many Black history books. Every time I looked at it, I was like, oh, I can't go to Africa. I was just like, I can't. But yeah, so this is this conversation between obviously some Israelites who are being sold out by Esau in Africa at the time when the white man is coming in. So things fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that it's really clear that it's hard to find your enemy. You know, and your enemy is going to be your brother. It's been that way since Cain and Abel, been that way since Esau and Jacob, and Isaac and Ishmael, you know, and technically we go back Noah's kids, you know, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? And the main beef obviously would be between Shem and Ham, because Ham's kids took land that wasn't even theirs, and they first allotment, the very first, like, hey, everybody, we're just gonna draw lots, and everybody's gonna get whatever they get. Okay, cool. Here, you got that. Okay, cool. All right. No, I don't want this no more. I'm gonna take it. I'm just gonna sit here. I like this. I don't like that place over there that I was gonna get. It's always gonna be brotherly beef. You know, it's brotherly beef inside the crib. Same thing with Joseph and the rest of his brothers. So. It's if we don't recognize it, that's really how the enemy works to go in between brothers. Then you won't recognize that your enemy might be your brother, and your friend might be someone that don't look like you. And in some scenarios, it might be somebody that comes from a different place. I know that's what it was for my dad. His best friend was a man that didn't look like him, and that he saved his life the first day he met him.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And this is why we have to be so careful, with the Gentiles and stuff. And like I've not seen Vargas online. Like he was such a great teacher. I haven't seen him posting, or I haven't seen him. Maybe I've just missed him, he
missed it. I saw him the other day, 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I got to get a link. But anyway, it's like you were saying, you have to get in where you fit in, or with people who are caring towards you and good towards you. Like you were talking about yesterday, you know, the kindness.
Because that's how you're going to know the brother. Like, hey, your brother and your sister is going to be somebody who follows the Most High like you follow him. right? Not just somebody that just follows the Most High, because everybody does it different nowadays. People say that they ain't got to follow the laws. They following your father, but not the way that he wants them to follow. So that's going to be your brother. It's specifically who follows the ways of your father as well. And that's going to be your brother and sister, and somebody who came from the same womb as you even might not be your brother and sister, because he said he came with a sword to break up a mother against father, mother-in-law against daughter-in-law, brother against sister, father against mother, all those things. So it's very clear. He let us know what it's going to look like, but we're just still not recognizing the war. It's a foolish thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, this society we're in is so family based. Like I notice in a lot of movies and TV series, and the culture is really family oriented in the world and in America, even though they're trying to break up the family now. The culture is that way. And so that your family is everything, almost can be, except for the fact that they're breaking up families now, but it can be an idol. Like most cities you're living in, like whether it's LA or Edmonton, Alberta, or Toronto or whatever, people go and do their jobs and stuff. They maybe in big cities like New York or Toronto, they may go out and stuff, but like even in LA and stuff like that, Vancouver, Edmonton, people just go and hang out with their families. That's what they do. Yeah, that's what they do. So family is a real, is a strong bond in America, but it's also almost like an idol, because you hear the Americans talking about mia familia, right? Like the mafioso is always talking about the family, right? Yeah. So, and for, I think for Esau, Edom, that was such a mix of people, or is such a mix of people, right? Because I didn't show it in this video, but I can show it in my other video where they take the whole British economy over, the Rothschilds, and they use the Black Edomite to do it.
Yep.
He's like a mixed race kind of guy who does it. And also you see there's all these images of him in South America and everything. He looks mixed race. Mm-hmm. He looks, black or whatever, but it's Edom. And it's like he's mixed in with all these different nations who are his family. Like the Italians are his family. The Canaan, like the Rothschilds are his family. You know what I mean? Like the Ishmaelites and the Arabs are his family. You see what I'm saying? The Shemites are his family, right? Because he's running the Shemites.
Yeah.
So even though he may be small himself, he's running things.
Yep. It's like it's a seed, man. It's a seed that's been planted, in and amongst, which is like, it's in and amongst all of the places, but he's still at the top. Like, even though you don't see his face very clearly, he's mixed in with this and mixed in with that. The ones in that region that's running the place, that's them.
Yeah.
Like that's him. That's him running it. And maybe 1,000 people in the space, but the one who's ruling it, that one person, yeah, that's gonna be him. It's that implant. You're planting that little seed in there and then let it grow. And that's the wheat and the tares scenarios. That's why the Most High is the one that has to really separate it, because we can't separate it based on our vision. Mm-hmm. We can't separate it like that. We have to test the spirit. Then you got to test the spirit even longer now, because people will answer those questions, of the test, and they still will be your enemy.
Yeah. Yeah. Or else they're your own people and they're just damaged still. They're still damaged.
Yep.
Like there's people I've had issues with. They've had issues with me. I've had issues with them in the Hebrew community. And, we've just had to part ways and try to agree to disagree. And they just could not see what the issue was, even though, it's just because Yah had to work on them. So that's even a factor, right? And had to work on me and had to work on them. You know what I'm saying? So that's even a factor sometimes. Mm-hmm. So it's a real faith walk. But what did you think about them? I didn't really go into it in this video. It's in other videos, but how they basically, the British starved all of those, like the starving children in Africa image, that was 10 million people starving in Nigeria because they had gotten a military advantage, and then they were looking actually for more support, and they couldn't get it from the Russians for whatever reason. So the British and the Fulani starved 10 million Igbo. I mean, these numbers are just crazy. There's
that's their MO. That has literally been part of their strategies of war, going back to the Romans and even before that. If you cut off the trade routes, right, where they can't get food, if you cut off the food, then your enemy can't fight you.
Yeah, exactly.
When they can't beat them with might, they'll just beat them with other, snaky tactics like that.
Yeah, attrition.
Starve them out.
Yeah. Yeah, AJ Morgan says the Hamites uncovered the nakedness, and they now exist in many states in nakedness. The reaping, but anyway, I just thought I would share this with people so people can be aware. For some reason, I don't know why the video doesn't catch up when I'm watching it on YouTube, but so people can be aware of who these groups are and stuff. And like I said, the prophecy is that there will be a remnant of Edom, right? So we're not supposed to hate on them, but we do have to be aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the hate will destroy your heart, right? But the lack of awareness will destroy everything. If you don't know, then you're like, I didn't even know. I let this person in the crib. I was looking for a different enemy. Now I let this person in the crib. Now they're in here, and then I'm sleeping now, and I'm literally asleep, and they can wake up in the middle of the night and do what they want. I was like,
or you've moved to Africa. You've moved to South Africa, and like I have a friend who's living in Africa, and he just doesn't. He doesn't believe that Edomites are black, and it's just like.
Yeah, no, there are definitely some of us that are there in amongst them places, and I think the Most High showed me them when we went to South Africa. There are definitely those of us, because there was a woman there that looked more like my wife than her own sisters with the same. She has 3 sisters with the same mother and same father, and this woman looked more like her than she did. Then all 3 of her sisters look, right? So there are those sprinkled in around there, but there are also people that I definitely recognize. We don't look the same. Like, that's not okay. So you're definitely, and talking about South Africa, there's 11 national languages. That's a lot of hodgepodge of people, right? But we did see the ones that are, definitely were like, stay. This is your home. Come back. I'll find you a job. Like, I'll get, not even to the point where they weren't trying to get nothing from us. They were trying to give us things so that we could stay. Like, so there are those that are definitely their family. You know what I mean? Like, they're definitely there. I saw another man when I was doing the Orlando Towers bungee jumping, and he looked more like my cousin than my cousin's brother. Again, same lineage, right? But at the same time, he was talking about other things. He was not following the Most High. He was doing witchcraft. He let it slip. He let it slip, because I was talking about one of the reasons why I wanted to do the bungee jump, because I wanted to get over the fear of falling or because I was like, man, if I'm gonna fly someday, I want to be able to fly someday. I can't be thinking about, like, when I'm in my dreams, I can't be thinking about falling. I got to get over this human part of whatever. So I'm like, I'm gonna go up there and jump off these towers. I'm gonna do it, right? And he was like, oh, flying, we can't fly. And then I was like, oh, for real? Like, about that? But then he started drifting off. There's these rituals that you can do, and da-da-da-da-da. And we got people that can, I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
I know.
Conversation done.
Yeah, and I've talked to, I had some guy come up on here, and I've had a few, if I meditate, I go out and I have these visions. And I think it's possible that some people do it sometimes. I've just had dreams, and then I've had visions while I'm awake, but I've never and I think maybe once you might go into the heights of heaven, like you were saying, but like every week, like, that's not, but he was getting close to studying his word. He kept emphasizing that. And I was like, Interesting.
Focus on
I
that.
don't like to quench people's spirits, because sometimes people can't deal with the word, and they can't deal with, he was like, I couldn't go in the church, I couldn't this, that, and the third, and he was like, but yeah, open my eyes, he spoke to me. So, we'll see what happens, but yeah, definitely there's a lot of that in Africa.
Yeah, a lot.
Of that.
I was surprised, but it was so fun. I still took a picture and sent it to my cousin. I was like, bro, don't he look more like you than Pip does? Says, hey, where's your daddy been? You know what I'm saying? Like, this South Africa, like, what's really good? I'm like, you got family over there? But I knew it wasn't that scenario. So they're definitely a sprinkled in amongst the people. But again, just like all skin folk ain't kin folk, all non-skin folk ain't non-kin folk as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You have to balance. You have to balance it. For me, I just I really struggle with the balance, because I am called to expose works of darkness, because they have to be dealt with in order for the people of the other nations to repent and to understand what's going on, and they have to be exposed, right?
Yes.
But it can be really hard for various people, and that includes like Gentiles. Edom's a Gentile. So is Shem.
Yep.
So is Ishmael. They're all Gentiles. You see what I'm saying? So we're just not used to thinking of it that way, but they are. So when it says you'll take captive those whose captives you were, that includes them. It's an interesting thought, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when the word calls us Gentiles, it's because we turned away. He cast us out to go hang with those people. It's like if I remember when I was 17, my dad had got me a car. I was hanging out with my friends, after practice. We were playing Smash Brothers when Super Smash Brothers first came out. And we specifically would like get a little bit later, hang out a little bit later, until it was nighttime and we was in a good game. And, the sun had gone down, and then it was like, let's just go ahead and play a couple more games. Let's do a tournament, just a couple more games. And usually I beat my dad home, but this day he had come home, and I drove up to the thing, to the gate, and it was a sign on the gate. It was closed. When the sign on the gate said, if you, it was almost like the sundown town signs. He said, if you catch your ass on the outside of this gate after dark, go back to wherever you were. Hope they'll take care of you, right? And so I had to leave, right? And that's basically what the Most High did. It's like, look, you want to play with them? Let's see if you can stay with them. You want to play with them? Well, then stay with them and see how it works out. I went back. They dad was like, nope, you can't come over here. Like, I even went to my aunt's house, and she was like, you did what? I'm like, nah, I'm not incurring the wrath of your dad. My aunt wouldn't even let me in. So I had to go and drive back, sit in front of the thing, and just sit in the gate, like just stay like in my car. I had to sleep in the gate and just wait. And I think at like 3:00 in the morning, he came out and said, hey, come inside. You know what I'm saying? Like, he said, hey, come inside. And I was scared to go inside. I was so scared. But I did, because I was like, hey, if you're gonna whoop me, I'd rather take this whooping than an excommunication, because he would kick me out. So I'd rather take the whooping. He didn't whoop me, but he said, so I see you sleeping out here. It's cold out here, ain't it? He's like, you gonna get your ass inside this thing, all right? Because if not, hey, you ain't coming back in, bro. And I was like, yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? And that was it. Yes, sir. He said, yeah, because he told, and when I woke up in the morning, he said, look, man, you think that I won't bust up this car? He said, I'll take a sledge to this time. What you think I won't do? And he went to go start walking around. I was like, no, I know you'll do it. I know you'll do it. I know you'll do it. I had to keep on saying, I know you'll do it. I know you'll do it. Like, I know. He's like, what, you don't think I'll take a sledge? You think this car, you think you're a big man just because you got a car now? You think, man, I'll take a sledgehammer to this car, man. What you thinking? And I was like, no. I know you will. I know you will. So, that's that kind of fear of the Most High, to have fear of your Father, because he will do that. He'll whoop your butt. And those people, your friends out there, if you're playing with them, you might not be able to stay with them. So you better, don't be like the Gentiles. But now you being like a Gentile, he kicked us out. He divorced us. And so that was our customs. It's based on your customs. Who are you serving? That's what it really comes down to. I mean, who are you serving? What are you doing with your daily life? If you're not doing what he tell you to do, keeping his laws and statutes and commandments. If you're not doing that, then you're just like them. You want to be like them, go stay with them. But they ain't gonna treat you right. And that's what we got. That's what we got. It's real simple, you know. That whooping. And that's where the humility got to come in, because had I not repented, right? If I would have been like kind of opposite and thinking, oh, well, you know, I'm 17, I got my own car, you know, I'm a young man now. Look at me, I could pee standing up. You know, my pee make froth. That's what they used to say in the Caribbean. Like, oh, you think you're a grown man because your pee make froth because you're high enough up to make bubbles. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, your pee make froth, so you think you're a man now, huh? All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, let's see how what life is like out there. Do you want to know? You want to be on your own? Then go ahead and be on your own. You know, but under my roof, there's rules, right? And that's what the Most High does. It's the same way. So a good father, you know, on earth is going to be like a good father up in heaven. You know? And a good father don't play, because he knows what you're going to do if you start messing around and doing whatever. He was keeping me alive. Like, because I mean, there were so many of, like, as a matter of fact, I remember we don't celebrate birthdays, but I remember when I was 23, my dad actually remembered my birthday. We were doing a roof, right? And we were doing a torch down roof. I remember it because it was specifically, we're doing this torch down roof, and it was way high up, right? It was like a 4-story building, but it was a flat roof. Like, why would they do that? It's Florida. But anyway, so it's a torch down roof, and we're doing it, and my dad's like, he hears it that, oh, it's a 26 on the radio. They say, oh, today, January 26th. He said, hey, 26. Hey, man, it's your birthday, son. Pass the tar, right? So he's like, pass the tar, bring the tar over. But then he stopped. You know what I mean? He was like, wait a minute, how old are you now? I was like, I don't know. I think like 23. He's like, oh, shit. Then he stopped. He turned off the thing. He's like, hey, man, you know, this is a monumental day, because the percentages say that the statistics say that if you make it to 23, you have a higher chance as a Black youth. You have a higher chance of making it to 50, 60, 70. But before 23, you have a very low survival rate. You are either going to be in jail or you're going to be in the morgue. High percentage chance. And that's, you know, that was my destiny. And that was like that. It was like every week, one of us was gone. Another thing, when I was in college, we just get a call or a text, you know what I'm saying? Or an email. Hey, you know, Rand Dunn, he got found in a car. Hey, you know this. Hey, you know this. Like, before, my coach literally said he got angry at us because he's like, man, you guys keep missing practice for all these funerals. How many of y'all gonna die? He was mad, and he got in trouble for it because they're like, yo, coach, man, like, somebody just died in our family. Like, man, how many of y'all can't have this many funerals? Because, you know, he was a white man, and he didn't really understand how are all of these kids dying like that. But it was just every week. At least one person died every week. Like, it was like clockwork.
Yeah, that was like when I was growing up, all the guys went to jail.
Yeah.
Went to jail. And it was so strange because everyone was immigrants from the West Indies. All of our parents, they were all professionals.
Yep.
And 2-parent home, and living in beautiful home and everything, and not living in a Black neighborhood because everyone was spread all over Edmonton and all these white people. But the brothers were all going to jail, same style.
Yep. That money ain't gonna save you from no curse. Your zip code is not gonna save you from no curse. This is our curse. Right? You will be bond man, you will be in their prisons. That's what it said. It didn't say you can get out of it if you assimilate into their culture and you make enough money. It don't matter.
Yeah.
It don't matter. So that's how you know, you got that curse. So you got to walk with humility and understanding. And my dad, he always did that. He was like, hey, you know, don't be out, man. Don't be out past this time. And he had a long rope for which to hang myself. I had a long rope. He would let me go out. He would do things. I could go out and enjoy my youth, but I always had to make sure that I was in that house when the lights came, when it was dark. You know, and he let me get away with it for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? A little bit. Like, I just got in, you know what I mean? I just got in right as soon as the dusk hit, you know, just got in, you know, and that was just I went too far. It's funny. I see my life as a reflection of what we did as Israel as a whole. Because we kept on just a little bit and a little bit and a little bit further, a little bit further until the point and he said, I'm going to divorce you. So, yeah, just we gotta check our spirits to make sure that we are, one, doing what we got to do for ourselves, but then two, allows us to authentically look at our brother and sister and judge them accordingly. Like, hey, I said, like, brother Vargas, he gonna be my brother until whenever, because he always
really nice.
he always brings the edification. And anybody that doesn't want to rock with that, hey, you not for me and I'm not for you. But don't come at him, because that's my brother. I don't have that many brothers that I will call my brother. This is one of them. You understand? I don't have that many sisters that I will call my sister. I call someone as like, if you follow the Most High and I get edification from you, I learn from you, or I get a sense of like that oneness, right? Like I'm one with you. I'm not double-minded with you. I'm not sure. I don't know if you really, you gotta notice it. You gotta notice it. And then pay attention when they show up and they're like, nah, you don't got the spirit of my daddy. Like, you don't got it. Where's your joy? Where's the fruits of the spirit? You ain't got it. I'm not seeing no happiness. I'm not hearing no laughter. You know, I'm not seeing no long suffering. I see no patience. Like I'm just seeing a lot of anger. You're not my brother. You might even be, you know, Israel, but you're not my brother.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about, I was telling people before the broadcast started that I was sleeping and I was listening to like all of these, I think it was Corinthians all the way to Hebrews. And it was really talking about everything you were talking about last night. Cause you know, people were like, where's the scriptures? Even though you were getting them. But it was just like, oh, he just explained how this works. Cause you know how the language of Paul can be so confusing. You know, but you really explained what is in all of those books last night. I
have no idea. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, you did.
The most I just be talking, man. I'm like, man, I'm a baby when it comes to like knowing exactly what scripture. I'll just know the general thing. Then I got to Google that thing to look it up so I can give somebody else that specific.
Yeah, that's what I have to do. It'll come into my head, but I don't know the chapter and verse, but I'll hear the whole scripture. But what I like about Vargas is that he's really good at doing that.
Oh, he know. Hey, he'll be like, just like in Acts, verse 7, I believe it's verse 3 through 4. I'm like, bro, he's
really good at chapter and verse. I mean, I'll remember it, but chapter and verse, because Old Testament, New Testament, I can't give you every time.
You know, that's the kind of that written it's the prequel to like it's written in your heart.
Yeah.
Right. It's a prequel. There'll be a point where it's like fully there. That's when New Jerusalem comes in. And imagine you ain't got to think about nothing. It's gonna always be there. Like, you know your name. That's how you'll know the word. You'll know what it is. You'll know what the covenant is. You'll know what all things are, the practice. You'll know it. It'll be in you, right? And not something that you're trying to remember and try and find. You know, but there's a prequel to that. The version is, even when we lost, we still have conviction.
Yeah.
Right. We still got conviction. As a baby, you just watch a baby. That baby knows when it's supposed to do something, when it ain't supposed to do something.
Yes. Yeah. They look at you.
Yeah, they gonna look at you. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll do something and try and hide it. Like, bro, you 2 years old. Why do you know about to hide something? Why do you know? No, you know. So get this grown punishment because you acting grown. You know exactly what you're doing. Spare the rod for a child. I will not do that. Like, if you didn't know, if you didn't sit there and just la-di-da-di-da, and you boom, walk up and smack somebody and you do and da-da-da-da. No, but if you do one of these numbers and you go to grab the and you see that, what you was looking for, homie? What you hiding for? You know what you know better.
Stuff. And I was like, and people are like, babies are so innocent. And I'd be seeing some babies doing some crazy things. Yeah. It's a good thing they're not bigger because they do some crazy things to each other.
Babies are innocent.
They're sweet too.
Have not vigilantly watched a child. Like, they're not vigilantly. When you vigilantly watch and just observe, not intercede before you see something going side. No, watch them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just watch them act, like their actions, even when they're playing by themselves. You'll see them thinking. Remember, they just left the place of creation, so they ain't brand new. The bodies are brand new, but that spirit ain't brand new. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Because you see the only issue, as a matter of fact, there's a study now that shows that babies have a language that most of us just don't understand.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Hebrew. It's supposed to be Hebrew.
Yeah, and they like when they do certain, they'll have certain cries, and this is a universal thing. They'll have certain cries that mean they're hungry, certain cries that mean they have gas. They have certain cries that mean they're tired. They'll have certain cries. One is a, one is a, and one's a, like all of those are actual. It's a language, and so parents, mothers apparently learn these things. Like, oh no, she just hungry. Oh no, she tired. You know, so, oh no, she did. I used to have to do that with my little brother. I didn't realize that what I was doing is understanding his language and his what his movements meant. What he was, I was like, no, ma, he's not hungry. He does not want that. He wants his pacifier. Like he wants his pacifier. Like that's not what he like. You're telling me to go and make milk, but he's just going to be spoiled. It's gonna be a waste. Like he's not hungry. I tried to give it to him. He already didn't want it. Now he's just being fussy. And then I said, no, ma, I'm trying to tell you, like he doesn't want that. But I was 10. So when I looked at him, I was old enough to be able to pay attention to his mannerisms, but I was young enough to respect that he still had thoughts that I remember that I had. Wow. So I respected his autonomy, so to speak. I expected his presence. Like I knew that there was something more going on because I always knew there was something off with him. That's why I was paying attention. I knew there was something off with him, and I warned my mom. About it, and he ended up being the one that sold drugs for the cartel and all kinds of stuff like that. So I warned her. Yeah, I warned her, and I knew it, and I told her it's crazy. I was 14 years old. He was 4, and he had stolen something from my other brother and sister on my dad's side that I gotten them presents, and he hid it. This is how I know, because he hid it amongst his toys that he never puts away. He never puts his toys away. I clean his room. So when I'm going I had bought the toys, and then I'm going to the closet, right, to get them when it's time to ship the toys. I don't see them there. I'm like, what? I know I put them in here. I was like, and the Most High said, go check his room. So I go into his room, and I'm looking around, all the toys that are scattered around, and I don't see them. And the Most High said, check the closet. And I'm like, the closet? My mind, like the closet? What you mean closet? That's where his old toys, you know, the baby stuff is in there. And he never puts anything away. This is where I have to put his stuff. I open up the closet. I'm like, I look, I don't see nothing. He says, dig. And I start digging underneath, looking, I'm taking everything out. And at the bottom of his big tub, you know, those big plastic tubs that they have with the little ropes on the side, at the bottom of this tub was the toy, 2 of them. And I'm like, yo, how did he know to play with this thing and then go and specifically hide it under things? He knows what he's doing. And I told my mom, and she was like, nah, he don't know what he's doing. I said, Ma, when does he put away his toys? This is under the toys that he had when he was a baby. This is underneath all that, and all the rest of his toys that he plays with are scattered around his room. Scattered. You can't even walk through the room without.
How old was he? 4?
He was 4 years old.
Yeah.
And he knew. Like he knew what he was doing. Because I said, what are you doing? I said, man, I told you these weren't yours. And he looked at me. He had that look like he knew. I said, oh, shoot. He found it. Because he saw me rummaging through his stuff. And I was like, bro. And so I went and I waited. I didn't even whoop him. I didn't do nothing. I just waited until my mom got home. And I told her, I was like, Mom, he stole my brother and sister's stuff. And then he hid it. He knows exactly what he's doing. Are you going to punish him? She's like, boy, he don't know what he's doing. I was like, Ma, you used to whoop me for having a poopy diaper and crying and having a rash. You're not going to whoop him?
You're the eldest child?
Yeah, I'm the oldest.
Yeah.
I understand Benjamin and Reuben and Issachar and the people they had with Joseph.
My sister was like that with my nephew too. And I was like, I feel so bad because he's not really. Anyway, go on.
So that's what gave me peace and understanding around Joseph, his treatment that he got. And I had to come to terms with that when I was 28. And I had to apologize to him. I was like, I hated you while you were growing up. I know we still got beef or whatever, but I just wanted to ask you for forgiveness. I'm sorry, because I hated you as the baby that didn't get whooped like I did. I hated you as a baby that didn't get disciplined like I did. You had so much more freedom. And I resented you for it, like I really did. you know, and so I had to ask for forgiveness for him, my younger brother. You get what I'm saying? So that's the same thing. And I looked at, you know, I said, bro, Judah, Benjamin, Reuben, y'all foul. You gonna sell your brother? And that was the mercy. They wanted to unalive him. So that was the mercy was selling him into slavery.
Yeah. Well, it was Simeon wanted to kill him. And
but hey, who else was gonna stop him? Who else was gonna stop him? You know what I'm saying? Like if they did, like I said, that was the mercy. The original plan was to unalive him straight up, and then so they said, "Nah, we're just gonna sell him into slavery." Like that was the lighter measure, right? So I understood it. Like I understood that from just my own personal conviction. It was just like, oh, this I get it. My daddy has the same issue because he was the oldest, and his name is Joseph, which is funny. His name's Joseph. He's the oldest, and all of his little brothers, right? They got to go and play, and he didn't get to go and play. He had to work the fields. He had to go and make sure he clean out the house, right? Then he had to go and clean out the garden and the pig pen and the chickens, and then he had to go out and do the farm work for the neighbor, you know, the white lady that lived next door, you know, and then go and get the fish, you know what I'm saying? Then he had to go and row the boat for my grandfather. Yeah, he had no fun. He couldn't play in any, like he didn't do any childhood activities. Right. And so when I'm telling you, he was angry. It's like, why me? Why me? And it was only one time when he was rowing the boat. Now, of course, he was ridiculously strong for his age because he was rowing in the sea with my grandfather. He would take him on Saturdays and Sundays. He would take him out to go fishing. But of course, it wasn't fun fishing for him. He's the motor, and my grandfather's the fisherman. By the time he drops his line with 6 hooks on it, brings up 6 fish, he ready to go to the next one. My dad ain't even got the time to drop his line. You know what I'm saying? So he hated fishing. So fast forward, his other brothers are born. They don't got to do nothing. And so he asked him, like, Poopa, there's 20 of us. Why are you always taking me? How come you don't ever take my brothers? He's like, and my grandfather said with a straight face, like he sat, he got real quiet. And he said, you know, in like a straight face, he said, you know, as hard as I work to give food and put a place, you know, over the roof over the heads of all my children, and even those that aren't mine, if I take them out here I need a little bit of help and assistance trying to get food, you know, in this sea, and they complain, man, I'm liable to just bust them over the head with an oar and just toss them overboard. And my dad's like, he looked at him, he knew he was serious. He's like, okay, Poopa, and never asked him again.
So he trusted your dad. He trained him well.
Yeah,
he knew he could trust
exactly.
him.
He was the only one that he could trust, that you can come out here and not turn me into a murderer. That's it. He's the only one he could trust.
Yeah.
And to this day, my uncles don't know, because they're very lazy. My uncles don't know that they are only alive because of him, because he would have done it. He wasn't joking. He wasn't saying it out of anger. He was just saying, look, man, I work too hard to make sure I take care of all of you. If you guys complain while I'm asking for a little bit of help, there's no reason for you to be here.
Yeah. Wow.
So that's just our generation. That's our line. Like they don't joke around when it comes to real serious things. And so these are the lessons that are reflected in the word. Like we're the same people. We're still doing the same thing. So once I learned those things, I always looked at the scripture to try and find out what's the pattern that's really happening right now that's doing the same thing. So I don't make sure I don't fall by the same wayside. Just because I seek wisdom, I don't want to be so prideful in my wisdom, or thinking that because I have wisdom that it's going to allow me to stay away from falling. I looked at Moses, I looked at, Solomon. These people were greater than me, and if they could fall, you always move with humility. So that's what we have to do as Israelites. We have to look at all of our ancestors and the falls that they had, not at the greatness that they did. Look at the falls that they had. That's going to be your measure, because your measure is once you're above board, that's fine. But whatever this line is, you don't want to be down there. Pay attention to the things that these people do that cause them to be destroyed. That's what you got to pay attention to. That beef that they had with their little brother because he didn't have to work as hard. Same thing with the angels with us. I mean, you see it reflected in the heavens. Mm-hmm. They didn't have to do as much as us. All right. Like that. I mean, they didn't get the same freedom that we had. But they didn't get the same one. They big brothers. They are big brothers.
Right.
And the other ones are like, yo, why you doting on them? Look at them acting up. You go, man, hold up, man. Nah, man. Y'all need to fall like us. Y'all need to fall like us. You need a whooping like we did. And that's why your accusers come and they keep on whispering in your ear. This is the practical reason behind it. So,
Right.
That's why you can't listen to their hateful speech and their anger and their sowing of dissent and things like that. Because if you do that, what happens is you become like them. You become like the fallen. That's their daddies.
Wow.
It just becomes very, very, very practical and very simple when you read it and then I don't look at the greatness of people in the word as the measure. I look at the wickedness of people as the measure of what not to do more, because I know that's what's going to have my salvation be compromised.
Yeah. Like Moses.
Yeah.
Moses, and then obviously Solomon. I mean, Solomon really lost the whole kingdom.
Yeah.
He did. He lost the whole
kingdom. I mean, you got the highest level, but at the lowest at the same time, like, damn, to whom much is given, much is expected. It's almost better to be a fool.
Yeah.
Because at least you don't know. But if you know,
all that wisdom he had. But he didn't have a heart for Yah, the most important thing.
Yep. It's like you started.
He had a heart for all these strange women. It's so nice to see you, Jaron. If anyone else wants to comment, Nick here, I know she's on here, but I think she's visiting family. She's muted. But anyway,
I think you're muted, brother. Yeah, you're muted.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah. Are there any questions? And one of the women said, you don't know. She's like, I know my son. You don't know your own son. But anyway, Jaron, go right ahead.
I don't know if I have any questions now. I'm just like, it's really interesting to find out all this information about like Edomite being dark complexion, right? And just not like you were saying earlier about, you can't just look, can't use your natural eye. Can't use your natural eye. That's basically summing it all up, right? You can't use our natural eye to make these judgments and determinations about who's our brother and who's not, and all of that. And it's but it makes all the sense though, also, but it's kind of like, I guess like, I knew it, intuitively, I guess, but just to have the information now, and to actually solidify, and then it actually settles me, right? It kind of gives me a sense of like I can like,
you can breathe.
I'm like,
yes,
okay, yeah, I got it. You know what I mean? I can do that. I can handle that. It makes more sense to me. That because and I'll be honest, I'll just say because like even like coming on TikTok, I've been on for like a few months now, right? And then connecting with the nation and different brothers and sisters, and we had that little situation that jumped off. That was like one major thing because I was kind of like, I was kind of like the last man standing in that situation in a sense. And
but you guys probably it's over, so you don't need to talk.
Yeah.
Your mic, Jaron, your mic is a little muffled. Is there any way you can get it a little clearer just so people can hear you better?
I think it's an issue. Hold on.
Just so people can hear. Can you guys hear him okay? He was just saying.
Is that better? Is this better?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
It's the earpiece. It's the earpiece.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's better. Thank you. So
yeah, so I was just saying, like, coming in, and then it was a group of us that had gotten together and started studying together, and fellowshipping and everything, and then just a bunch of mess jumped off, right? And I was kind of like the last man standing, in the sense that there was some stuff that happened and everybody decided to kind of part ways, but I was the last one standing with a couple of these other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel so bad. Like it was like a couple of days had gone by, because I wasn't really able, like I was kind of stuck with these. It was two individuals in particular. I was kind of stuck, just me and these two individuals, and everybody else was, going on doing what they were doing and still fellowshipping together, and I was like, oh, I was torn, in a sense, right? Because I'm like, okay, I thought these two brothers were like solid brothers, and but they weren't, and it was evident, but I also was like, because I kind of came in on the tail end of it, right? I had to figure it out for myself. And so anyway, it was just a few days that had transpired before I figured it out. But that was a prime example for me, and then there's some stuff that's going on now, also with kind of like the camp doctrine stuff, that Black Hebrew Israelite type thing, and it's rough, it's rough because but I'm not gonna be the last man standing in this situation, because I already know, like, to me, that ain't cool. And so but it's and so anyway, like, so when I spend most of my time doing the study tonight, and I always do, sending out invites.
Yes, you're so good. Thank you for everything and greeting people and everything. The moderator, I really appreciate it, because I'm like, I could fumble in here, and thank you as well, Pelly, and then Gwendolyn. I don't know, Gwendolyn's everybody and who says shalom to one another, because your family. Thank you for that.
Right, and so I do that just because I think it's just I was raised that way, right? I'm from the South, and not to say only people from the South are the only ones that behave that way, but I'm just saying, right? So I was raised that way, but then also because this is such an important season of my life, right? Connecting with the nation and coming into the truth of who I really am and who my people are and all of that, and so it's very important for me to be guarded in that way, right? So I greet everybody, and I want everybody to participate. So I'm sending out these invites, because I'm like, you need to be over here learning, you need to be over here learning what's really going on, because it's one thing, and I'm not downplaying it, of course, but it's one thing to be in the scriptures and reading scriptures and breaking it down and all of that. That's good. That's really good. But then there's to know the history, of what really happened and what's really going on is something. It's different. It's something different. If you're not edifying yourself in that way, then you might just be a lost cause. And it's sad though. It's kind of sad. It is sad rather to watch brothers fall victim to that doctrine. But but they're responsible, in and of this. Because Jack, I don't know why, but I do know why, but it just keeps coming up for me. Like, and you were the first one that actually really helped me understand about that second admonition principle, right? And I can't get away from that, right? Because I'm like, okay, so if I admonish you twice about any issue and you still butting heads with me about it, then I don't have to be dealing with you no more, and I shouldn't,
That's so good. That's so, that I heard him say that too, and that was helpful to me as well.
Exactly.
I've had people drag me around like a cat, like a lion by the throat, drag my blood all over the place. But I'm like, well, please, can we resolve it? And I'm being, and it's like, no, 2 times.
Excuse me, I have a call I need to take right quick.
Oh, okay. But I mean, and I want to encourage people, because it's like, you will get into conflicts with people. It's just going to happen. It just happens, especially among the Hebrews. It's just going to happen and happen and happen and happen, because it's a whole bunch of chiefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And And then the difference in understanding and doctrine and all of that kind of stuff. And then being here on TikTok, like YouTube is much better, but YouTube went through I had to go through some pains with YouTube too, because everyone was teaching that doctrine. Oh, okay. Oh, I had the thing scrolled up too high on the YouTube. Thanks for the panel for all the edifying information. Hallelujah. So was Razaya ben Yasharaya. Spirit bared witness to us too. Sons present themselves before. But one thing I saw with TikTok, I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, this is happening again. And I was just like, you know what, I have to just do exactly what Yah shows me to do. And then I've done so many of these teachings. There's so many people out there who've gone through these teachings, and a lot of this history is out there more. It's on TikTok too. But there's definitely a camp doctrine, and it's kind of keeping people stunted. So, but you just have to trust like that Yah is good, and you're gonna fit in somewhere. And you have to be willing to be rejected by that falsehood. Like I said, I went in with those brothers, and there's, I still pray for them, and I really hope their eyes will be open, certain ones, because I enjoy talking to them so much. So hopefully they'll be able to raise up out of it and understand these things, because it's going to be really important. Like knowing your enemy, all that kind of stuff. It's just not that simple. Let me read some of these comments. Always taught Esau was a white man. We accepted that as if it was fact, but the Spirit bared witness to us at that time. And out of the blue, I said, don't be surprised that Esau may look like us. And over the years, this is being proven through various teachings. Thanks to the panel for the very edifying information. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shalom. Thank you for that comment. And and the same person saying learning is a lifelong experience. Yeah, and you can't be afraid, especially in this walk. Like I've encountered a lot of elders and stuff, and it takes them a while to shift, but you have to keep shifting, because there's just so much of the ancient path that's been lost that we have to find again. But the most important thing is character. It's like the stuff that you were saying yesterday, I was like, that was so helpful to me. But this is helpful on the outside, this kind of thing. And even the forgiveness with all the wickedness, we see the wickedness that Esau has done and continues to do even now. And still not having that heart of bitterness, because for a while there, I was learning all this stuff. I was learning all this stuff about white people. I was learning all this stuff about the Black Edomites. And I was just like, I was so mad. I was feeling bitter. It was making me bitter. You learn this stuff. It's just like, you people need to, you're going to be judged by Yah.
For me, the bitterness was able to go away the minute that I learned that it was our fault. It's not.
That's the bottom line.
Like, nah, they wouldn't have been able to do nothing. No matter how much whatever lack of repentance they had, they wouldn't have been able to do nothing without us being put into their hands by the Most High because of what we did. So,
family, can y'all hear me?
Like, it ain't nobody. Yes. Who am I to blame now?
Okay, I have to take leave real quick, run an errand. So hopefully you all will be on when I get back. Y'all will, and I'll be able to reconnect. And if not, I just want to say Shabbat Shalom, and I'll see you all tomorrow if not.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, okay. We'll see you tomorrow, or possibly Sunday, or first day. Sorry. All right, Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, bye-bye. Shalom.
Yeah, I might go over I have my study group tomorrow. I'm inviting you guys to it. You can come. It's kind of slow because we're just very methodical, but I'm going to invite you guys to it if you want to come.
Awesome.
Yeah, Jaron as well. But it's about, what time is it? It's almost 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of tired today.
Yeah, we went hard yesterday, man.
But it was so good. Like all that stuff you were saying, like I've just never had anybody explain it so clearly. I can't even remember what you said. I got to save that video and just listen to it over and over again. Because it was just like, oh, that's right. That's how it works.
Well, praise to the Most High, man. I was inspired to bring up to come up with some kind of test questions and expand on them questions, because those three people can get in through them three. So I would like to read the ones that I got so far, and you can tell me if you think of adding any more to this list.
Okay, what is this list?
It'll be like test questions for Israelites or family.
Oh.
Like, hey, are they your family? Are they your brother or your sister? Like,
that's a great idea.
Some test questions, because he says, hey, there are many that'll come in his name, right?
Yeah.
But there's also those that are gonna come in Jacob's name. You know what I'm saying? Come in Yahshua's name. They're gonna be many that come and say, I'm your brother, I'm your sister. So I'm like, well, maybe it's time to expound on these test questions while we're getting ready to go into this wilderness and trying to figure out who we can be with and who we can't be.
For sure. Yeah.
So it's like, what is it? 10 questions, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's 10 so far. So you let me know if there's anything missing, right?
All right. Have you written them, or is that on your phone?
Yeah, I just wrote them down. I literally just wrote them down.
You can't put them in the chat, can you? No.
How do I do that?
No, that's okay. If you can,
I can type them up afterwards. If
not, hold on. I'll record them and I'll put them in.
Okay, cool. So
I have like Word, and it does via voice.
Okay, cool. So the first question would be, did Yahushua or Yahusha walk this earth, die for our sins, and get resurrected? All right, that's the first question. That's in the word, right? And then the other one is, do you follow Yahweh or the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments? And then obviously, quite obvious question would be, are you an Israelite? And then that next one, because of lessons, are some Edomites black and some white? Right? Can the other nations cleave to Israel? How would you treat them once they do? All right. So that's the questions for, our people. And then the questions for the other nations, if they trying to, come through and they want to learn whatever, it would be, do you accept that Yahusha was black? Do you accept that we of the African diaspora are the descendants of the true Hebrew Israelites? Will you follow Yahweh, the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments? And will you cleave in your order? If they don't want to do any of those things, they just trying to sit with you and then usurp and then put themselves among you. That's a dissent sower. Now, I guess some things to obviously look out for. These are the vernacular of the enemy. I don't see color. Color doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're all God's children. He was Mediterranean. He was olive skinned. He
was Mediterranean.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'm an Israelite in spirit. Just right. These are going to be the
Yes. You know what I've come up with one, because I have some white friends. I have white friends who are just so good to me. I mean, I can't tell you, have done so much for me. And I say to them, can you take this? Like I don't know if you guys saw Benaiah Israel's video on the Black Apocalypse. It's basically the whole, the KKK, how it started, and Birth of a Nation and all that kind of stuff. So I sent that to some white people, white friends of mine, right? I can't say white people. They're some friends of mine. And I was like, can you share this with your community?
Aha.
And one of them was
like,
I just don't want to deal with all this trauma, or nobody will listen. And so there's a really wonderful lady. She always listens to my ministry, and she supports the ministry and stuff. Not like I just sell my little books, and then some people give me donations. I'm not making any money, family. I'm like, but still it's here, right? And so I said to her, let me ask you a question. What is your answer on this? I said, because there's two things happening here. I said, do you go to your own people and tell them who we are? I said, first of all, because that's a test. And do you go to them and tell them to repent? And yeah, because they all my white friends, they all say the same thing. Oh, they wouldn't listen. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to go. And oh, I don't want to deal with the trauma. I've been through just like so much trauma of my own. And I said, what this is about is that our people are persecuted and you need to protect them. You need to go and stand in the gap and defend our people because they're being killed on the streets all the time and imprisoned and trafficked and everything. So you need to go and tell your nation to correct themselves. And you're standing in the gap for us. But also, more than that, they need to know that they're about to be judged and all hell's going to break loose, and 10 to 2 times more of what's happened to us is going to happen to them. So you need to warn them. And what I find is that you can't get that.
Yeah. That's why you think everything's all.
And I'm like, you can't come and hang out here then.
Right. That's the lukewarm. That's the lukewarm.
Yeah.
Right. That's the lukewarm.
Yeah.
So I'm adding that. Right. Will you go to your people and tell them who we are? Will you go to your people and tell them to repent? Right?
Yes.
And then, brother, what you got? What's his name? I always mess up his name because Yashral, because he shortened it. Brother Yashral said, save this for the last question. So as we add them, I'm just going to keep on dropping it down. Do you believe in once saved, always saved?
Yes. That's another one. Yeah.
That's another one's like, oh, so you think you could just be wicked and you good. You gonna get in. You don't got to follow none of these things. I mean, it would follow in the laws, the statutes, and the commandments, but at the same time, that's a specific doctrine that you do not want to be around, someone who believes that, because they just gonna do whatever wickedness and think, oh, I just, when I wake up in the morning, I just ask for forgiveness. So right after I'm done. So they're gonna take you, traffic you,
enabling it.
Yeah, they're gonna take you, put you on, tell the people where you at, and then afterwards, just ask for forgiveness afterwards. Like, oh, that's my grace. They gonna take your kids, unalive them, or put them into slavery, and they can be like, oh, well, that's my grace.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I was on a live and there was a guy saying he walked out on once saved, always saved. He was like, and I'm just like, yeah, but it says that he who endures to the end, or if you're alive and, remain, right, then you'll enter the kingdom. But there's also, he's able to, no one is able to snatch you out of his hand, and he's able to keep you, right? So those are because you can have the other side on the camp side where they get back into a works mentality. And I don't mean that they don't understand that, faith without, it's not faith with, they understand faith without works is dead. But they also get to a place where, all of this sin is going to be thrown up. And that might be true. Sometimes I go back and forth, like the movie's going to run and you're going to see all your sin, right?
Right.
Which I don't want to see it. Every word I said, I don't hear it.
You're going to have to, man. You're going to have to.
I need to just shut up. I should go through life as a mute. But,
hey, there are those that did that.
Yeah, but there's a hardness, though, also that can happen in those camps where they don't talk about Yah is able to keep you and save you. And even in the Old Testament, it says if you see a man sinning a sin that leads to death and you don't warn him, I'm going to require his blood of you. So you have to do that. But it also says if you warn him and he repents, he'll be saved. And also if his father sinned in the past and he observed that and then he lives righteously, the sin of the father won't be visited on him. He will be saved. Exactly. That's before Yahusha. So that's why it's endure to the end, like be faithful to the end, but then there's the issue of what about sin that you don't really know about? Does it cover that? And it's like, it must, because it's obviously in Yahusha HaMashiach, but so I was like, deliberate sin. Like if you just every day you're like drinking or you're, doing something, fornicating or something like that, or multiplying wives, just like you're in sin. But
when it comes to I mean, look, my whole thing with relationships, I recommend that almost every single human being on this earth just don't even do it. Don't have one, don't have none, right?
You're the Apostle Paul.
That's my recommendation. We don't have the wisdom or the ability to have, our own life by ourselves with integrity, let alone adding it on with another and cleaving to another and becoming one with somebody else. And then the third aspect, is you probably don't have the ability to have that one with integrity. So how could you have 2 or 3 or 4? It's not about money. It's not about status. It's really about your ability to deal with all of the responsibilities that come with being with another human being. And we're trash at even being with ourselves. So it's better to have none. If you, of course, yes, we do have the patriarchs that obviously had multiple. So it's not like the Most High is like, you never, ever, no matter what, anybody who ever does it. I mean, he's very clear about his words. And what he calls wickedness. Like specifically, there's verses that talk about, hey, if you're a king, you're not to multiply wives, you're not to multiply horses, you're not to multiply this. Why? The reason why is not because of money, obviously, because you're gonna have all of this and all of that, is because as a leader, your number one job is to serve, not to be over people, because people will be trying to take that position. You're not supposed to want that position, really. Mm-hmm. That's a burden. Right? That's a burden. To be the leader or to be the king of a region is your job is to serve. It's not to get a whole bunch of stuff like the Europeans do and usurp your authority over everybody else, because really your authority is under the Most High. You're supposed to be doing everything that he does. So it's not for your glory. That's why the king specifically cannot have, or wasn't supposed to anyways, have multiple wives and have multiple, get more horses and asses and multiply onto themselves these things, because they would be using that as a motivation, as opposed to subservience and obedience to the Most High would not be their that would not be their primary directive, that's what it has to be. As a king, your number one job is to serve. So that's why he specifically said that for the kings, and these are people that actually have the ability to take care of multiples if they wanted to have, everybody give a certain portion of their tithes, quote unquote, or their offerings or their land or their taxes to them. But the Most High warned that the kings would do that to you if you wanted a king. Say, the Most High is supposed to be your king. Mm-hmm. Because they rejected him as their king. He said, I'm gonna punish you with these kings.
Right. But my thing, this is something that Yaz had me study multiple times on multiple levels, and it's not legal. It just kind of happened with the 12 tribes, because the law says that a man should leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife, and the twain, which means two, become one. Mm-hmm. So if you're multiplying wives, then someone's becoming a lesbian with another woman in a marriage relationship, because well, listen, let me tell you what the scripture says. It says, should you join yourself to a prostitute, don't you know that when you join yourself to a prostitute, your soul is united with hers, you become one. And so when you're engaged in activity like that with other people, your souls become one. That's why you get soul ties with, and that's why the wicked do that kind of thing. And also the scripture where it talks about we're a kingdom of priests. So that means that everybody is a king and a priest. And so a king shall not multiply wives.
Yeah, I mean, and that with that understanding, ain't none of us really again, like there shouldn't be that many of us.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be that many of us. They really shouldn't. We really, there's too many of us, because we're not multiplying for the sake of the Most High. We're not multiplying for the sake of making sure that our children are following him. We're multiplying for the sake of orgasms. That's what it really.
Exactly. It's lust. It's lust. And even when you look at those relationships, like I always say, I think I said this the other day, Judah is the elect one, because there was only one wife. So he's the king and the priest and the bride, the tribe of Judah, coming from Leah, because you see the consequences. Like Joseph was almost murdered by his brothers out of jealousy. The firstborn son-in-law wasn't being obeyed. Reuben slept with Bildad or Zilpah because because Jacob wasn't sleeping with Leah. Leah slept with, like, Joseph was in love with Rachel, but he wound up marrying Leah and sleeping with Leah. Then Rachel went barren because he married Rachel also. You're not supposed to have more than one wife. So why was she barren? Because you're not supposed to have more than one wife. And so then she started trading mandrakes with her sister. And then she realized that Joseph really didn't really love her, because he went with her sister multiple times, even when he married her. So she hired him out like a prostitute to her sister. And that way she got to control the interaction a bit. And then Jacob couldn't really trust either of the women. All he had to do was let himself be kind of sold out to each woman and their concubines, because Laban was persecuting him and wouldn't let him go and was changing
all deserved
all the time. I mean, the drama,
which he all deserved. He deserved every single bit of it, because even though he was the one that the Most High wanted to carry, because Esau was so wicked, he still stole from his brother. He still stole. He broke a commandment. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. So the same conniving thing that happened with him, that was in the seed of him from Rebekah, because that's what Laban did, right? That's his uncle, right? So
Laban did to him.
That same seed of deceit. Remember, it wasn't from Isaac, right? That was from Rebekah. That was Rebekah's idea. She's the one that went and got the hairy garment to put on top of him to make it do that. That was her seed. That's her seed. That's her idea, right? Yeah. That's not what her father did. Her father would have still gave it to Esau regardless, because he was keeping the script with the word, but he was blind, right? And he was on his way out. So that was his mom's plot. Right. And now where did that seed come from? Obviously from Laban. It's the same thing. The brother and the sister are two wicked people. So the son is wicked. Like, everybody look at, this Israel's the main one. Israel stole by some conniving, snaky measure the blessing from his brother.
Well, but wait, back up though, because remember, it was Isaac. It's like the situation with Samson. Right? Mm-hmm. The father wasn't listening to Yah. Like, the angel of Yahuwah came and only the wife was listening regarding Samson. Like, the father wasn't understanding. And then same with Isaac, because when you look in Jubilees and stuff like that, it says that Abraham blessed Jacob, actually blessed him above Isaac, because he knew that 12 tribes would come out of him. So you could see maybe there'd be a bit of envy there. Isaac and Esau was there too. And not only that, but Rebekah was told by Yah, and this is what I mean, same situation as with Samson's mom, being told that he was going to be a prophet and that she was going to give birth, and the father was totally clueless. He was like, the angel, he was like, oh, should I offer a sacrifice? And the angel was like, we had the conversation, I'm leaving. Like, a situation like that, like, you know what's going on. Like, you didn't even know what to do. Like, so it was kind of like that with Rebekah, where Yah said to Rebekah, you have two nations fighting in your womb, and the older will serve the younger. So she knew that Esau was supposed to serve Jacob. Jacob didn't usurp anything. Esau sold the birthright, so legally it was his.
I get it. Well, we all know what was going on, man.
Still, she was out of order though, because
we can't act brand new about our people as if we know that this was the order that we had, which was the firstborn would get that blessing. That was the order. We had an established order. We knew that was what was so, right? That's why Shem got it, right? So we knew that that's the order. And because a caveat was made, and just to let us know, and people don't really understand the reason why that order is always consistently flipped, because it's not about our thoughts on the order. It's the Most High's thoughts on the order. It's not, you're the first, so you're the best. No, that's why he specifically told us the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So y'all don't get twisted about these things. It's who I say. It's who I say.
It's who he says.
It doesn't matter who comes out of the womb and who's in the line first, right? It's who I say. If I say for you to jump, you don't even ask how high, just jump as high as you can. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Like if I told you to stay inside today, stay inside. If I tell you to go outside tomorrow, go outside tomorrow. You don't got to understand all of the things. You're not going to understand all of them, right? So yes, you know, we have an order, but then the Most High will come in and disrupt the order at any point in time because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, yeah. He knows what he's doing. Well, he knew that Esau was.
He knew it.
He knew he was red and hairy. Like he knew he was like a child of Satan, basically. He
knew.
He knew genetically there was something wrong. There was twins and all of that. And
remember, he knows this before. It tells the secret is all we got to do is pay attention. The word tells us he knows us, but he knew us before we were in the womb. So if he knew us before we were in the womb, he knew that in that place where we are sitting on the conveyor belt, waiting to go down through the matrix, the portal through the womb, that Esau spirit had already chosen the wickedness that he was going to do. So he knew that before. He knows everything. So, but at the same time, just because he knows, it's like we put 20s on it when we get into it. Like just because he was supposed to serve doesn't mean that, hey man, I'm hungry. Can I get some of that soup? That bitch smell good. I've been out working all day. You know what I'm saying? You've been in the house all day. Let me get some of that food, homie. They're like, yeah, I'll give you some food if you give me your birthright. Man, fine. Man, just give me the damn soup, man. Give me the soup. We know that's how the conversation went down. And he was like, yeah, gotcha. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I got you. You've technically, you know, you didn't read the fine print. The fine print is that, come on, we know what's up. He knew that it wasn't his, or otherwise he wouldn't have to do that, right? He knew it wasn't his. He also, another reason why he had to run. So
it was his because Yah said it would be his. And Rebecca,
yes, but
and remember,
just like Sarah, look at Sarah, right? Sarah was supposed to have a child, right?
Yeah,
I said she was going to have a child.
Same thing.
But what did she do?
Rebecca, yeah. Right? She's the one who introduced polygamy. The women introduced polygamy. The women of Israel are so just
like, what did she do? As a matter of fact,
the women have a problem in Israel. The women in Israel
doing the study on Sarah, she had so little faith. She was also obstinate with it. When the angels told her, she laughed and she scorned them. She laughed like, me? And they were like, yo, like you laughed. And then she lied and say, no, I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh. What are you talking about? Like, bro, what are you talking about? You got angels right in front of you. They telling you something's going to happen. You're supposed to be, yes, sir. Thank you.
I know. And then you're like, I didn't laugh.
No, I didn't laugh. Like, bro, how many, like in one sitting, how many times you gonna mess up, bro? How many times you gonna mess up? Like, you don't, first of all, you don't believe that the Yah can give you whatever he said he gonna give you that you asked for, right? You don't believe in that. Then he sends you the actual angels, the messengers, right? That's number 2. And then you laugh at them. Actually, that's 4. And then you lie about laughing. Like they ain't there.
Same thing with Eli, like the father of John the Baptist. He did the same thing, and it was the same thing. Like there's a few people who do it, and it's
you understand. So it's like, and then 5, right? Then you bring somebody else because you don't believe it. That's the 5. Keep on adding the transgressions. She brings somebody else that wasn't supposed to be there. Right, because she don't believe. So even after they told her, "Hey, man, you laugh." Even after she still didn't repent, she still went ahead and got somebody else to come and be with her man.
Well, she did that. This was after that, because the thing that happened was that Yah told her, because she went and got the concubine, and it was after that Yah told her that the seed would come from her, and he actually.
Okay. So then, all right. So let's bring it back to 5. So it's on the 5.
Yeah. So he spoke to her directly after that, because
then
it was like, oh, like remember, like with Eve, like the instructions were given to Adam while Eve and Adam were one person. I guess maybe, I don't know.
Well, I mean, they were both there. They were totally. She knew what was up. She knew what was up. As a matter of fact. You know that she knew what was up, right? Because actually, I said you get more edification around she knew what was up. Have you ever read the book of the life of Adam and Eve in the Apocrypha?
Yeah.
And her version of the story, she knew, And she said, no, but surely I'm not supposed to eat it because then the serpent was like, oh, but no, technically what he's really trying to say. And then she went and said the exact same thing because the serpent was possessed by the devil. And then she was possessed by him. And she said the same thing to Adam, which is why people be like, oh, but Eve's the reason for Adam. No, Adam's the reason for Adam's fall because Adam had the exact same temptation that she had. And he did the exact same thing that she did. So he gets no pass to be like on her. Because it wasn't on her. She didn't up one day, get up and just go and eat.
But you can't fully trust the book of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, I know that. But I mean, when you look into when you read Genesis, it does not say she was innocent. It does not say that she didn't know what was going on and therefore she got a lighter punishment. If the Most High punished her with the punishment of the bleeding, the punishment of the hard thing, he knew that she wasn't supposed to do that. You mean to say like is the Most High an a-hole? He gonna tell the man and not tell the woman, and then hold the woman.
Well, this is what I wonder in this situation because remember, she in the actual 66 books, she gives some to Adam, he's with her there, so he doesn't stop it. And it was the same situation with Abraham, the same, where it was
the dude's gotta learn how to say no
again, and it's like it's a woman in this case, and she's like, go with my handmaid. Because that's what the Canaanites did. They would have handmaids. And so he's like, okay, he didn't say no. He went ahead and did it.
Understand.
And so then Yah goes and tells Sarah. So I think there's might be something going on there where it is like Yas did speak to the woman in this case.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Listen,
so that
if you got one, you got to be practical about it. Think about it. You got the Most High talking to him every day. You just walking. He taking walks and strolls with the lions and the bears, and y'all just riding on the back of donkeys and stuff like that together, playing, badminton with the freaking giraffes. Okay, so if the Most High walking with you every day, you mean to say he not gonna tell you, hey, make sure you tell your wife what I told you? Come on, man. Come on, man. That's not even the way. It's going to be obvious she knew. It's going to be obvious. It wasn't the first day.
Even so, if he told Adam before she was made, because there's a whole timeline, like he puts Adam in the garden at a certain time, puts him into a deep sleep, and then pulls Eve out of one side of him. But even if he told Adam while he was both of them, before he took Eve out, she would have gotten it then.
She wouldn't have gotten it. Exactly.
This is the most important command. It's the only one.
It's the only thing you got to do. The other thing was be fruitful and multiply. So we got a good command that told us to bone, and we got a bad command that says, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, 2 commands, yeah.
Right?
Do this, don't do that. Yeah.
Right? And then go and don't eat that fruit. That's it. Just like he has commands of us to eat this thing, and then commands to not eat this thing. Right? What's good and what's bad. Right? So he gives us the commandments around things that are positive that we should do, and then things are negative that we shouldn't do. He tells us this. It's people just like, look, man, human beings are so like we run away from responsibility and accountability so much that this is why we do not repent. Because like, well, I didn't do anything, or technically I didn't do anything. So what is there to change from? Like, no, come on. Is a man going to have a woman?
Yeah, can I interject? Yeah, I'm listening. Seriously.
Yeah. Go ahead and talk. We're all here to talk. And Nick here, if you want to talk, I don't know if she's sleeping or
no, she's probably awake. She's right there.
I'm listening. I'm not. I'm just I'm just new to this to dealing with with you guys.
The tech is
Eve was technically, she was just beguiled. The way that the serpent worded the Bible, the command to her, rather, he worded it in such a way that she didn't understand to the level where she was tricked.
Yeah.
So that's why she got punished, but it wasn't as bad, obviously, as Adam. He took the lion's share of the hit.
Well, he was punished. It was the same. It was the same issue. It was the same issue because remember, he would have had to. He needed to protect Eve from the serpent. That's the rule. And remember what happened when they went to Egypt? They just took Sarah, he didn't protect Sarah. It was the same problem.
Yep.
It's an issue. It's an issue. And yeah, it's like, I think the way that it works, because I'm listening to you, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But then again, the law is given to the priest, and Adam is the priest in the order of Melchizedek. Yeah. Yeah, so it would be upon him to stop that situation or to clarify the law. Because what did she do? She misquoted it, right, Kelly? She said, he said, if you touch it, and the command was, no, if you eat it, you'll die. And so immediately Satan saw an open door. And so there's Adam.
Turning the blind eye. Yes.
Yeah. Well, just, like planned it from the beginning. But that's the thing, because he's the high priest and he would have been given the law. You know what I mean? And so
he was given everything from Yahuwah from the very beginning. He was given, Adam was given everything. And so he told Hawa what the rules were. And he even put in there, and don't even touch it. Yahuwah didn't say that.
Yeah, Yahuwah didn't say that.
Yeah, because she said back to the serpent, we're not supposed to touch it. And so it went from there. Adam is standing right there.
Yeah.
And if you read carefully, and I forgot what book it was that I was reading before, later on, how the yod is involved in that with that outstretched arm. Adam put his arm out. He put his hand out, like, give it to me. And she gave it to me.
Oh,
how you gonna give me something if my hand ain't out?
Right, that's right. He did.
So Adam took it upon himself, and we talked about this the other day, Rachel, about pride cometh before a fall. He was prideful. I mean, haughty, because he walked with Yahuwah every day. He talked with him every day. He got complacent. And then he knew, Adam knew everything. Adam knew it all. He knew the Torah. He knew it all.
Yeah, because he was the first high priest in the earth.
Don't give you nothing halfway. He don't give you nothing halfway. He was the only man here on earth, man, not mankind. He was the only man created in the image of Yahuwah, living on the earth.
Yeah.
On the earth at that time. Now Hawa came after the command, so that means all her commands and all her instructions came from Adam.
Yeah, and he was commanded to guard the garden. He was commanded to guard the garden because there was an enemy outside.
He should have commanded that serpent he should have killed him. He kill the serpent.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he was given the command to subdue the earth. Subdue the earth. So there was an enemy. He was aware there was an enemy. Yeah.
He should have given him the command to die. He could have saved all of us. He didn't, because he wanted it himself. He wanted to know the knowledge of good and evil for himself. He wanted to be like other small g, small e Elohims. He wanted that.
Oh, they both did.
Have the mindset of just good. The knowledge of just good wasn't good enough. He wanted to know all of it, just like King Solomon. Given all that wisdom, he gave away everything. We do it all the time.
Yes.
He gives us the idea.
Right. That's right. That's right. It's so good.
Like Abraham and Sarah. He gives us one little crumb of the idea, and we take off running and do we want in our own eyes, and we end up failing. We end up messing up everything. Just like with the twins, Esau and Jacob. Okay. He told Rebecca, you got the two nations, and one will rule over the other. The youngest will rule the older. And she had that idea in her head the whole time. And she seized the moment when she found an opportunity. She didn't have to do that. Let Yahuwah do what he's going to do, how he's going to do it. Now, Esau,
that was her mistake. And she said, and she said let it be upon her.
smack upside the head on Jacob for going along with it. Okay, so he could have said, "Mama, that's against the Torah.
I can't lie to deceive my father. Deceive my father. That's what he did. He deceived his father.
Okay, well, Isaac had a notion that this was not the right son. He did, because he kept asking him 800 questions. Let me do this, and he hugged him so he could smell his neck to see if he smelled.
He gave him 1,000 opportunities. He's like, you don't sound like, you don't smell like him. You don't, your voice sound.
It's like, we know
you hunting for this so soon. He had all kinds of questions.
Doing. People, the Bible is clear. We sin because we want to. We know exactly what we're doing most of the time. We know what we know what we're doing, and we do it anyway, hoping that we'll have this wonderful outcome. And it's always
like that little baby you were talking about, Jack, the little baby you're like your little brother who hid all the toys.
You know what you're doing, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's wild.
This again, it's like, thank you, Kelly, because it's like the doctrines we get taught. Because I've taught a lot of this stuff, and I'm glad that you guys are reminding me of all this, that you're coming in with this extra stuff too, and reminding me of this stuff. Because we're even taught doctrines about this, because part of the thing I've taught on as well is the whole relationship between men and women in Israel. And it's the whole issue, and it stems from Adam and Eve, and that Adam not protecting Eve, and then Abraham not protecting Sarah, and then Isaac not protecting Rebecca, when they went into the captivities, and then Joseph is a coward when it comes to Dinah, when Dinah got raped, and then David's daughter Tamar gets raped by one of his other sons because he's a polygamist, and he doesn't protect her. It's just like, so the whole nation becomes vulnerable.
Always.
Look, it is consistent day in and day out.
Mm-hmm.
Men should learn how to say no, dear, instead of yes, dear. And to listen when we say no, dear.
Yeah, or to discuss it.
Both sides.
Discuss it together.
It's both sides. Like at the end of the day, there's an order to it, right? There's an order to it. So if we have an idea like, oh, you know what? I want to start this business. And we check in with the Most High. Hey, should we start this business? And he says no. Well, then nigga, don't open a damn business, bro. Like just say, oh, okay. So we don't listen to him, but then we want our wives to listen to us. Right? This is the same way flip. The same way. Now you flip the other side of it. Now on the woman's side. If you're told to do something, and it's coming from the Most High, because you're gonna know whether it's coming from some BS. That's why you're supposed to choose your man properly. But if you're told to do something and you know it's wickedness, right? You're gonna know it. But if you're told to do something and you know it's righteous, then just do it. Just like, hey, don't eat from that fruit. That's all he said. Don't eat from that tree. Period. Not, maybe if
it was both of them. It was both of them.
Thing. It's the same thing. The men don't listen. The women don't listen. It follows all the way down. And it don't matter who started it. That's the stupidest game that everybody plays. It's like, it doesn't matter who started it. If Adam had eaten it and Eve went and ate it afterwards and brought it to his wife, same thing. Eve ate it, brought it to her.
She ate it. She chose to eat it. Yeah.
Everybody has the choice. The Most High is not an a-hole. He is very, very, very fair. People say it's not fair. He's very fair. Why would he punish Eve if she had no culpability? Why would he punish Adam if he had no culpability? Everybody gets their own punishment for their own sin. Women don't listen to you, man.
But
men don't stop. It's like, listen, look, and this is hard, and this is why it's difficult, right? Because we love y'all, and we want peace more than anything. So even if peace means, I'll take it on the head for the Most High. Go ahead and do that, babe. It's difficult because what we're supposed to do, we don't do, which is, hey, come in here and let's go ahead and do this. We want to keep the Sabbath holy. But I want to go out with the girls. Nah, you come in and keep Sabbath holy. Nah, I want to go out with the girls. Okay, well then here's the sign. Don't come in this house if you don't come in here on Saturday. You gone. That's it. You get no protection. I'm going to keep no protection from. I'm going to do that. What are they going to do then? How many women are actually going to go outside? How many going to do that? But we don't do that. We don't do that. They say, oh, we try to get away with it. Same way with men. We do the same thing with the Most High. He tells us don't go and do that thing. Then we go and do it.
Well, the thing is, in the garden, like that wasn't going on in Adam's mind and Eve. Neither one of them. She wasn't like that. In the garden,
sister, there's nothing new under the sun. She was exactly like that. Everything that you have, she had. Everything I have, he had.
No. Because listen now, listen. We are born in sin and shaped in iniquity. She was not. At that moment, she was pure. She was wrapped in Yahuwah's ruach, and so she didn't even know she was naked. They didn't even know they were naked. They were wrapped. They were wrapped all up. So none of that applies to them in the garden before the fall. Now, after the fall, yeah. Before the fall, they were the purest of the purest of the purest as you could possibly get. But they did have a will. They had a will. They had a will. Okay, so all that you just said is true, but it doesn't apply to Eve or Adam before the fall. They were not born in sin and they were not shaped in iniquity.
But they still sin.
So do you think it was just a mistake then? Like, do you think?
Nah, man.
I think you were right initially, Kelly, where you said it was, and both of you guys have both said that it was some kind of pride. Like it was some.
The thing is, no matter how pure we are, Adam and Eve too as well. They had a will, and so Yahuwah. That's how he remarks us.
It was the seed. No, because Yah says in the scripture that there was.
Yeah.
He did place iniquity in them, in their hearts. He did. They weren't pure. There's a scripture.
I don't know what scripture that is. They were not born.
Yeah, because it's about the fact that when he created them, it was his plan from the beginning. And so it's like at the end, he gives us a truly pure heart. I have to find the scripture.
Well, I definitely can't see that, just from knowing that they weren't born in sin or shaped in iniquity.
Well, they weren't born at all.
Yeah, they were created.
They were created. Right?
Yeah,
at the end of the day, we're just not supposed to sin, and that's what it really. And what it's saying going against whatever the Most High say. That's it. Is what is ever outside of your highest, what you're supposed to do, which is what the Most High says. That's
at that moment when they took of the fruit, when Hawa did what she did and Adam did what he did, at that moment, sin entered into them and they had to be kept out of the garden so they wouldn't eat of the tree of life and remain in that state, that fallen, corrupted state forever. Okay, then we wouldn't have had a chance. Okay, we would not have had a chance. So at that moment, sin entered them. Okay.
I would say this: it's a chicken or the egg scenario. It doesn't really matter. We got chickens, we got eggs. What you gonna do with it, right? At the end of the day, none of us have, like, if you're talking about even when we were children and babies, well, we already know, we've established that baby. If you paid attention to a baby, we know that baby be having its own will, its own mind. And if you don't believe that, wait until you try to feed that bit when it don't want to eat. It's gonna kick and scream and do all these things, right? Even babies. I'm talking about 2 days old.
I know.
2 days old.
Yeah, they do.
2 days old. You be like, hey, I want you to eat. It be like, I don't want to eat.
Right.
2 days old.
I know.
Right? So even then, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to the come down, it don't matter who started it. The reality is, because what, we're gonna blame the devil? We can't blame the devil. He did his job.
Listen, I'm not worried about who started it in respect to that. I'm just outlining the story. I'm not worried about who starts it, nothing like that. I'm not pointing a finger. I'm not pointing any fingers. Adam did that. He found out.
Find the scripture.
So I'm not pointing any fingers. That's what I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about that. Hawa, she had just done what she did, and Adam, didn't do what he did. We would be in a different state at this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So,
but it was Yah's plan from the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
nothing happens without his say so. I guarantee you that. Nothing happens without his say so. I'm telling you, the movie would have been boring. They were just in there living for millions of years. It'd have been a boring movie. Like they're just in there just playing with what do you call them things? You know, lions and tigers and bears and just like everybody's getting along. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's chilling. Let's introduce a little dun dun dun.
That would have been fine because you said be fruitful and multiply. So there would have been families and stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It would have been
again.
I wouldn't
like
mind
you think ain't no mistakes. So hey, look, we all got our characters that we play.
Yeah.
Some of us play the character and accept that character, and some of us play the character and reject that character, but we all play that character. Some of us are created for destruction. Some of our created for instruction and creation. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's scriptural. Like
he's like, you don't like your assignment. Well, you should have picked a different one when you were given the option in the very beginning when you was in heaven. He was like, hey, so what you gonna do? What you want? You want the things of the world, or you want the things of me? What's the world like? Oh, yeah, I want that. I want that. Like, all right, cool. You're gonna be rich. You're gonna have a bunch of money. You're gonna have all these things, but then you're gonna get the lake of fire after that. What you want that, or you want some suffering, you know, and some humility and some obedience, and then you get, you know, the joy, Garden of Eden type lovely stuff after that. What you want? And everybody sign up for what they sign up for, man.
We just have to walk the walk. We don't get those kind of options while we're still in heaven before we're created, before we're
absolutely
born.
We do. Absolutely we do.
The
Most High is not an a-hole. Like the Most High is not an a-hole. He gonna give you the choice. You just know what you're gonna choose.
You gotta show me that before I was born, that Yahuwah gave me an option on what I wanted to be or whatever when I got down.
If you know, well, here's my question. Okay, I'll give you the scripture. He says he knows you before you were even in the womb.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, I read that. Right.
So that means he knows you. You were a spirit before. The you that's the spirit, the thing that goes in the lake of fire, not the body thing, right? But the thing that goes in the lake of fire afterwards when you die, or that goes in heaven, or you know, Garden of Eden, or you know, the upper layers of Sheol, right? That was a whole being beforehand. Yes.
Yes. Well,
right?
So
it
was a spirit.
So here's my question.
Conception. A soul and a spirit before conception. There was no flesh on you before you're created, before you're born.
Of course not. But we're talking about.
Right. In Second Esdras, I think it says he says that we don't even choose whether or not we come into the world.
Right.
So, but
it's not whether we come into the world, right? It's not whether we come into the world, but these are just practical things. Again, this is dessert stuff. This ain't meat.
But I mean, that's the most place I've seen it addressed. But I haven't thought the way about it. What you're saying, like when you're like before he knew me. So go on with what you're saying.
Right. So the question is, right? You were a being, whatever it was, whatever you want to call it, spirit or soul, right? Whatever that thing is, whatever that call it whatever. When you were a man created before you were created, like not human, but the thing that he created, right? That knew you before you actually were in the womb.
Okay.
Do you think that the Most High is an a-hole?
No.
No,
absolutely not. Right. So do you think that if he created you, even if he knew, this is the paradox, even if he knew what you were going to pick, right? You think he's not going to give you the option to pick it?
It's not supported anywhere. You have to tell me that's your thoughts. You said, remember, you said that was your thoughts and how you feel.
Okay, here it is. Look in Garden of Eden. Let's just go to it. It's real simple. That's Adam, names of living creatures, the creation of woman, the first marriage, the temptation. Boom. This is Genesis.
Okay, wait a minute. Now you got me cutting lights on and putting on my glasses. Lord have mercy.
You said show it to you. I'm showing it to you. Right? Then I'm going to ask you the practical question regarding that, just a concept. It's just a conceptual thing.
So I put it in the chat, fam. The Second Esdras, I found it, and I'm going to put it in this chat.
Okay, Genesis what?
Genesis 3:1.
Okay, 3:1. Hang on. Right, Lord have mercy.
And I put it in the chat for you guys. Can't see it though. I haven't put it in the chat on TikTok. you guys can see it though on TikTok?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. I saw it on you got the TikTok.
I put it in our chat on Second Ezra, for not of your own will did you come into the world, and against your will you depart, for you have been given only a short time to live. This is what Ezra says to the to the angel of Yahuwah, Uriel.
Yes.
And he's debating about salvation, and Uriel is Yahusha, the angel of Yahusha, basically.
Right.
And so he's saying this is the reason why he's like, we should just be saved for acknowledging that you are Elohim, because it's so hard for us to keep all these laws and everything. Like really, that's what he said.
He's trying to get away with it, bro. He's trying.
Because Yah gets really mad. Yah, the angel of Yahuwah, is talking to him, right? And he's like, yeah, because he's saying men are so wicked because they deny me.
Yeah.
That's the greatest offense.
Yeah.
Because I know some wonderful people, and they'll sit there and they'll say, God doesn't exist.
Right.
And I'm like, what is wrong with you? Of course he does. Like, it's everywhere. Right? Like, don't you know? Like, it's like going on around us, right? And so this is him interceding here. And he says, we don't even choose if we come in here, and we don't even choose when we leave. Like, how fair is this to us, Yahuwah? And then this is a terrible world too. Like, he's not saying, look, they aren't beautiful things. Like, we have terrible trials here, and we can't even make it. Like, we can't even make it. We didn't choose to come in. We don't choose when to leave. And it's a hellish world. Like, why should we then be condemned to hell after that? And so then this angel of Yahuwah is like, well, can't we just acknowledge that you are the most high Elohim who created the creator of everything, and submit ourselves to you? And can't that be enough? That's the whole discussion between the two of them.
Yeah, and the answer is no. That ain't enough. That ain't enough. That's like, hey, that's like a teenager.
Well, it's not just to believe in you. It's to worship you and know that you are Elohim, the creator of all. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's like obedience too. Like, obviously.
Yeah, you gotta have that obedience. That's like saying, well, I should get credit for even coming home.
Yeah. No. Because he says,
and calling you my daddy. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, he says he'll focus. But this is the one thing I learned in reading Ezra, and that is that there are righteous people whose righteousness was able. It was their faith in Yah and their righteousness. Because it was Enoch, there was Elijah and Abraham.
And Job?
Their righteousness saved them. It was their faith in Yah because they believed his word, who is Yahusha, and they acted on it.
Yes.
So they were saved. And so that's what salvation is about. Yeah, that's what salvation is about. It is about the fact that you believe in the path of life and the way to live, and you attain life. Yep. You believe in the word. You believe in the Savior.
Yes.
Who is the word. And so it's really fine.
You don't get credit just for existing and then choosing what's there. Like, you don't get credit for that. Like, you're trying to get credit. Like, well, I know I did this and I did this and that, but can I get credit just for calling you my dad? Like, what are you talking about? I created you. Imagine telling your daddy, your earth daddy, or your earth mama, I told you to come in at 10 o'clock at night, and then you came in at 12 in the morning. Right. Well, but I came home. There's some people that don't even come on. You know how hard it is to come in. The party was going really nice. It was a fun party, Mom. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't I get credit for at least calling you Mom and coming home at all?
No, I hear what you're saying, but it is one of the things the angel of Yahuwah says is he says those who have good works and haven't denied my name.
Right.
He says two things.
Yes.
Because you've got to know, like, the thing that Yah is always complaining about with us rotten kids is he's always saying,
You deny my name. You deny that I am the source of everything. That is a terrible offense. Because I was like, why just that? Like, I know you're, you know, I run around, I know you're, yeah, like, you know, and I'm being bad or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know people who will not even acknowledge that he exists.
Yeah.
Or they call him an energy. I believe there's an energy. Well, that's Satan.
You know, universe told me.
Yeah, that's that spiritual energies in high places. So they're referring to Satan. You know, Yah is really hurt about us not recognizing him. It's such an offense. He created everything, and us, and love, and everything. And then we're trying to say, no, it was me. Like, I meant someone who said they were
like, come on, bro. What are you talking about? You're supposed to get that whooping. You're supposed to. You think you know better than him? You're supposed to get that whooping. You're supposed to.
Yeah. But anyway, continue with your scripture. I'm watching
Genesis 3:1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. Yahweh Shai, right? Yahweh Elohim, right? Had made. The Most High made him. Okay. You know, and I'll stop right there real quick. Sister, if the Most High made the serpent, again, I pose the question, is the Most High an a-hole for creating the serpent?
No.
It's not on him. The serpent was created for the specific reason that he was created for. Right? Now, and he said unto the woman, yea, hath the Most High said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, the Most High hath said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest ye die.
Right.
So it's very clear. She knew exactly what he told her not to do.
Yeah.
Even if she believed that you shouldn't touch it, she should know that she shouldn't touch it. She knew she's on the hook. That's her being on the hook right there. And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for the Most High doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So now he lied to her. But the only way, remember, the word is beguiled, right? Say she was beguiled.
Beguiled.
Right? You know what beguiled is in Strong's Concordance?
Yeah, I got it written down here somewhere. Yes, I do. Hebraically.
It's to seduce wholly.
Is what?
G1818, to seduce, wholly, to beguile, to deceive. All right?
I was looking at the Hebrew side of it. Hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I always go to the Hebrew. Yeah, I don't know what that.
What's the Hebrew on that? Beguiled.
Yeah.
Beguiled.
The Heb is beguile, Ramah, yes.
Ramah.
And it's to cast or to shoot. So
I can't remember it. Okay.
Yeah. Now, let me get that.
Right.
Yeah.
To cast. To cast or to shoot, you said?
Yes, to cast, C-A-S-T, or to shoot. But what I'm going to do is even one.
What do you do with spells, sister? How do you make a spell come out?
Yeah, you cast it.
You cast a spell, yeah.
Or to shoot it. It's an arrow and it's a spell.
Right.
To sling the arrow of the enemy.
That's what it is, right? So now we know he didn't like shoot her with the dang Cupid's arrow of deceit, right? So we know that the casting, and they say the tongue is a weapon, right? It's sharp, whatever, blah blah, right? So we know the etymology for that, to cast and to shoot, right? So to strike, aim at, so he came at her, he cast at her, right? Hey, this is a lie. He lied to her, he beguiled her, he deceived her, he cast this spell on her, right?
Yes.
She knew better. She already knew better. So that's why she's on the hook. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I didn't say she wasn't on the hook. I told you I'm not going to do the blame game. That's not what I was doing.
Wait, 1 second.
Yeah, I'm using this
before. But is she told before this? I can't even remember.
Well, no.
No, we don't know.
No, it's literally implied that she knows, right? It's literally implied that she knows. Like at one point in time, either she was told or she knew. It could have been written in her heart, right? Like the Most High is going to do with New Jerusalem, right?
She knows.
She knew. Right, the same way that the Most High communicates with us is not necessarily all in human words and one word after another. It's a knowing. You know it. Boom. It's a full thing. To recreate it for the other person, that knowing that you know, you got to say all these words one after the other, after the other, after the other, and then we use this speech. But there's perfect communication that we can communicate without words. He does that, right? But then we use words to try and do it. But again, that's why the word is written with words. It's called the word, right? But it's written in word. But these individual words let us know, and it's established she knew. She knew she wasn't supposed to do that, right? So now, of course, he did the same thing. Now, if she knew these things, she had a choice. All right, now it says, in earth as it is in heaven. If we were known in heaven before we were known here, we were created in heaven before we were created here. Right. If we have a choice, if we're known, we know what we're supposed to do, right? We know what we're supposed to do here on earth. In heaven, we also know what we're supposed to do. The same way that the angels knew what they were supposed to do. Which is why they made a pact and went down, where they did their things and they went down and started sleeping with the women. They knew that they weren't supposed to do that. You think the angels didn't know, sis?
No.
They knew, yeah.
They knew. So if they knew in heaven, how would we not know in heaven?
Okay, the thing is with that, I understand what you're saying. But
it points to his character. It's about his character, guys.
But I want to say, however, I'm not going to negate what you said. The thing is, our will has to be tested all the time. And that's what Yahuwah does, even in the garden. He was testing their will. Yes, they knew.
Of course.
They knew. But he has to test that, and they failed. Of
course.
Hawa failed, and failed. So I get the part. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm not saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying how the events took place, and that if the Bible says, she was beguiled. She was beguiled. Okay, and so the thing is, we constantly do this as Yahuwah's people. We get it from our forefathers and our foremothers. We constantly get directives from him, and then we do what we want because we want what's better, or we think is better. That's all that happened in the garden. Eve and Adam, Hawa and Adam became prideful, and they wanted what they wanted, just like you said. I never said that you were wrong in that. I never coming against that. That's what we're doing right now today, and why we're in the condition that we are in today as a people, because we want what we want, despite reading the Bible, despite reading Torah. We still want what we want. So, and our will has to be, no matter how many times we tell the Most High we love him, and we just want to make it, we want to be with you, he's going to test us all the time. Yeah, that's what he did with Israel in the wilderness. He does that periodically throughout the Bible, and we get tested all the time like that, and then he takes care of it. He's always doing weeding, weeding and seeding all the time within our people, so Hawa, had she had done what she had done without Adam doing what he had done, he would have still got in some type of trouble because he was responsible for her. He was responsible.
Yeah, he would have got some type of trouble. Yeah, absolutely.
Something. Now, I don't know how Yahuwah would have dealt with Eve. Yeah. I don't know how he would have dealt with Hawa. I don't know. I don't want to put no words in his mouth. I don't want to, start, fantasizing about what would happen. But it would have been different had Adam not done what he had done.
You know what it did? You know what it'd been?
Yeah.
She would have got kicked out, right? And he would have been given the choice. Hey, you want to stay in here? Or you want to go with her?
Right? I don't know, but
play it out, because look, it's real simple. What do we do on earth? I mean, ain't nothing new under the sun. Men has not changed. Okay, we have not changed. Women have not changed. Men have not changed. He had an opportunity right now that, hey, you want to keep her? You know what I'm saying? And go into this garbage, right? Or do you want to stay? You want to stay with me?
I would have hoped he would have said, no, make me another one.
Yeah, hey, you would have hoped.
Yeah, because look,
you would have hoped. Well, let me ask you this:
the other people did, like Enoch and Elijah, did go, and possibly Ezra, even though they lived in the world.
Right.
Yeah. Well, if you had to bet, knowing that Adam is the same type of dude that would listen to his woman that says, "Hey, eat this, baby," even though he know he ain't. Let me ask you this: just practical with you. Just if you had to place a bet, right? You had $50. It's your last $50. We're about to go into trials and tribulation, and you can either buy your ticket to a land that's great, that has all the milk and honey, and you ain't got to worry about nothing. Or if you don't get that $50, then you ain't gonna get on that boat, and then you're going to stay here in America. You got the last $50, sis. Would you place your bet that Adam would have stayed in the garden and say, you know what, let her go?
Make me another one, yeah.
Anyway, or would you bet that he would have been like, you know, and I'm gonna go with her?
Yeah.
I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid.
But he was responsible for her. He was partially responsible. He didn't correct.
Yeah. Come on, what do you think he gonna do?
I would just be. I'm just in my mind. I'm hoping that he would just say, take another rib and make another one.
You're hoping. I'm not asking what you're hoping. I know what we hope. I'm asking if you had to make a decision or make a bet on your life, right? What would you place your bet on? What would you believe? Not what you hope, but what do you believe?
I'm not a man like that. You a man. You tell me. You said that he would probably go with her.
He would probably go with her. Because
in a way, that's kind of what happened.
It's because that
they're one flesh, they're one person. It's like when it happened, it happened anyway.
I know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you he would have went with her because he did go with her.
Well, yeah, you probably. I'm leaning, but you know, I was
like he went with her in
the conversation. I've been like, yeah, he did go with her. He went
with her. He because right then the same man
he did
that said, "All right, baby, here, give me that." He knew. So the same man, you think that same man is not going to go out of the garden with her? He's like, all right, you know what? All right, babe, let's go. You think Lot didn't know his wife? You think Lot didn't know that his wife was about that life?
Right.
She didn't want to leave that life. Now he left, but guess what she did?
Yeah.
She looked and turned back. Now, Lot's an example of what you should do in that specific scenario. She turned back. Oh, well, let her turn into a pillar of salt.
Exactly. He let her go ahead and go. He was like, that's all right.
Like, all right. He didn't turn back. Oh, no. He didn't say he turned back and looked at her as she was a pillar of salt, because he would have turned a pillar of salt too. Keep on going. So moral of the story, brothers. Right?
Well, he didn't go with her in that case because she was already gone.
Listen, you understand? Listen, brothers, when the time come down to the come down, and it's like, hey, go and do the thing that the Yahweh says, right? Or then go and do the thing and do what your wife says. You better leave her. You better leave her. Don't do what Adam did.
Yeah, that's what the scripture says. It is like, you know,
you better leave her.
It was. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. If anyone doesn't love, and if anyone loves mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter more than me is not worthy of my kingdom. I wonder if that.
Come on now. This is what. Come on now, sis. You're finishing it. You're finishing it. This is where it comes in. You can't love even your own life more. For who gives up their life for him will do what? Receive it.
Yeah.
And who wants to keep their life against him will lose it.
We'll lose it. Yeah.
So not only are we not supposed to love our wife or our husband or our children even more than the Most High, we're not even supposed to love ourselves more than the Most High.
So I'm thinking Adam would have loved Yahuwah more and said, make me another one.
Yeah, me too.
You're thinking wrong. You see, that's what you call wishful thinking. That ain't practical thinking. Because the reality is, Adam and his dumb ass went ahead and listened to his wife, and went against the Most High, did not listen to what he was supposed to do, and then that's what he followed. He's the greatest example of the fall of man. What is the chapter called? The fall of man. That's when you read it, right? What is that section? That's verse 6. It's called the fall of man.
You know what? Jack is just too charismatic, Kelly. He's just too charismatic. We got Lord in here saying, why is he using all these worldly things to? Well, he is using scripture. I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I gotta address the people and their concern. Yeah, the YouTube people are like,
no, I don't get.
Everyone's like, well, the law was given to Adam. But the thing is that we're talking about what really probably happened. Now listen to this. If she misquoted, like, don't even touch it, don't eat it, or whatever it was his responsibility to protect her, to say something to stop her.
To stop. He should have never let it get
Let her talk to the devil, because he was supposed to guard the garden. He shouldn't have been in the garden.
I mean, you know, she should never let it get like that. He should never went that far. She should never
been talking to him, and he should have been in the garden. Look.
Come on, man.
So it's just like, and we're having a discussion about it, LaRon, like we're like walking through it all.
Yeah.
Adam was thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not going to read that.
He
wasn't even thinking with the big head, is what someone is saying.
Hey, that too.
No, I think
that too. Hey, listen.
I think he wasn't thinking. I think because he needed to say no. You can touch it, baby. You can touch it. That's not what we were told. That, something.
They didn't desire like that in the garden. I don't think he had a lustfulness about her when he saw her. You know, he liked what he saw, but I don't think it was to that, big head, little head.
I don't think it was lust. And I don't think she was the reason why he ate it. I think that he's the
reason. Everybody's the reason for their own sin.
Yeah, exactly. Like Chad
everybody.
Said. He wasn't thinking. That's why he didn't go. Like, they didn't know. It was like
he was thinking.
Don't even touch it.
Look,
and I was like, every time I think about it, I'm like, that's when the devil knew, because he knew, oh, there won't be any consequences if you touch it.
Yeah,
no, they know. They
can't eat it.
Pastor Tom will always go through the woman. If you get that man, he'll go through the woman all the time.
Exactly.
That's
the whole point. Like, look, if you solid, you strong, and then he gonna go at the weakest link in your side, in your flesh, right? The weakest link will be your wife or your children. He's gonna try and get into your house anyway. If he can't get directly to you, which is why you got to be willing to put away your women. You got to be willing to put away your child. You got to be willing to do these things. If they're not gonna do what the Most High say, again, you cannot forsake the Most High for the sake of these humans.
Right.
I don't care if it came out of your loins or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. LaRon here is like, he's like, that's not what. But see, the thing is, LaRon, we understand that Adam would be the male, and he's the leader. He's the head. So he's the one who gives the instructions. He's the high priest and all of that.
Right.
But it's just like they're innocent. Like, they didn't. It's just like there isn't a place where it actually is said that he was given the law, and then by extension he gave it to her, because it says Yah formed Adam and then took Eve out of his side.
Right.
So there, because we don't have enough information, there's all the information there to say the instruction was given to Adam, and they were one person because they were made in the image of Yah, right? So that they were made in his image. He is male and female, and he made them like Yah is spirit, and he's Elohim, right? He's Alua.
Chapter 2, verse looking at it, verse 15 and 16.
It's 15 right there. I was about to bring it up. Yeah. Bring it out.
Chapter 2:15.
Yeah, chapter
15 through 17.
Verse 15 there.
Yeah. And you said it is not good that man should be alone. I will make a helpmeet for him, and out of the ground Yahuwah formed every beast. And this is when he forms every other beast, and he says, now none of these angels in heaven, and I always say this to everybody because somebody actually thought that Yah didn't know what to do in this situation.
Come on.
He formed every beast of the field and fowl of the air and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them, and whatever Adam called every creature that he was the name thereof, and Adam gave the names of all the cattle, the fowl of the air, the beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. So that doesn't mean Yah couldn't find a helpmeet. It's just that wasn't the way it was supposed to be. He was supposed to be mixed with the beasts of the field and the fowls of the earth. And then Yahuwah caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof, and the rib which Yahuwah had taken from man made he a woman and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave unto his wife, and they, or the twain, the two, shall become one flesh.
Remember that Yahuwah didn't say that. Adam did. We're never supposed to leave Yahuwah. At the time, Yahuwah was his mother and father. He shouldn't. That's what Adam did. He messed himself up just by saying that.
By saying,
tell us that. Yahuwah never told us to leave our mother and father and become one flesh. That was what Adam said.
No, that's Yahuwah. That's the word.
Yeah.
No,
his ending is when he said, "This is bone of my bones because she was taken out of man." That's it.
Right. That's 23, and it says, "This is he's bone of my bone and the flesh of my flesh." This one is called woman because she was taken from out of man. For this cause, he just keeps talking. What does it say, Yahuwah? Where's the conversation change up?
Right there at the end of that sentence is a full stop. Because he didn't say, and they were both naked. No, he didn't say that, right? So we know that it does stop there. We would understand that the man and his wife, and we're not ashamed. He didn't say that. That's the narrator coming back in on verse 24.
In separation sentence, there's no and after out of man. For this cause, a man shall leave father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. I mean, who's saying that one verse right there?
That's the author.
That's the narrator. That's the most
meta narrative. Yeah, Yahuwah, the author of life. He's saying that.
Hey, let me write that. Hold on. Let me write that down.
Yeah. So 23, when it says, and Adam said, is what he said. And then 24 goes back.
Yeah. And it's because the sentence ends full stop and it's a new paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay. But it don't have that paragraph symbol. So sometimes.
Yeah. It's not.
It's just
a whole new sentence anyway.
Yeah. It's a whole new sentence.
Right.
Let me start.
Tight, man. Ooh.
Started.
Shalom, fam.
Tight around the Hebrews, man. Woo!
And then the thing you were talking about, Rachel, the other part, you didn't read the chapter 2, verse 15 and 16.
Okay, wait. Oh, I didn't know you guys wanted me to read. Put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. You want to look at the Hebrew on that?
Yeah,
no, we're just talking about that.
Oh, yes.
That he knew. It. And then obviously she knew because she said the same thing. She put a little extra 20s on it, like we always do when we retell a story, right? Yeah. She put the extra 20s, but it was verbatim exactly what he said, what he said before, and then added something else, which is you shouldn't touch it. Right?
I've taught this a million times, family, but I have to be honest with you. I'm just not, my stomach's not feeling well, so I'm kind of spaced out.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't want to say anything. I've taught this before, but I have like bad brain right now. I just is all I can say. I don't want to say more than that. But anyway, so he gets the command, but this is something I haven't thought of before, like which we thought of today. We in the spirit. Was that she was part of him when he learned all of this. They were one flesh, like Yah is one with his Ruach HaKodesh spirit. They were one. They were one person. You know what I mean? They were one person. Yeah. Yeah. So she would have heard it too, but she added to the word. But that didn't protect her but the command was to both of them to dress and keep it.
Yeah, dress and keep the
to dress and keep it.
Yeah.
Samar, Abad.
Yeah.
And Samar. Right. Abad. Serve. Servant. Work. Dress.
Yeah, working.
Worship even.
But they wouldn't work, but they weren't supposed to toil like they would when they got outside.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. When you're talking about dress it and keep it, right? It's not like you're going and having to till the land and farm it. There was fruit everywhere, right? So you didn't have to farm it, but you're supposed to keep it up. Like, oh, okay, hey, look, the things don't fell down. Hey, go to hey, look at the animals over there. You're gonna go over there and bring them over. There's some poop over there. Scoop that poop. You know, so go over here and do this thing. Like little simple stuff. You know what I'm saying? Little simple stuff.
I think it's like dress and keep. It's like they were.
You just go.
They're rulers. They're subduing the earth, so they're ruling in it. So they're like, it's like dress it. It's like, you know,
again, it's like keep it up. Like, hey man,
observe.
Here's the house.
Observe, regard, watch.
Yeah, like hey, you moving the house. Like, hey, just
beware, beware. Shamar means beware. Yeah, it is keeping it is protecting it from something.
Yeah, he's like, hey man, keep up the house. Like if I bring you into my Airbnb, keep the house nice, homie. Like hey, come in here, keep the house. Don't mess up the house. Don't do whatever. You don't got to build the house. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to pay the bills. You know what I'm saying? But if you come in here, hey, keep up the house. If you sleep in the bed, like hey, I get up, make up the bed, homie. Like that little simple stuff. Because you know, otherwise, what would we do? We would destroy it. Right. So hey, keep it nice. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, have fun. Hey, what are you gonna call this? Like I just see it as a man, he got a little kid, you know what I'm saying? He brings his kid, like, hey, what's that? What's this? What's that? Like just see what you gonna call it. Hey, what you want this to be? All right, cool, it's gonna be that. It's not that the Most High ran out of names. Come on, man.
To see his creation take off.
Yeah.
His creation.
Like you tell a story with your kid. And then it's like, hey man, go ahead. So what happens next? And then this, come on, man. Y'all ain't never been around kids and told a story with them and see what they were gonna say and what they're gonna add and all the fun stuff. That's what he was having fun with his kid. He was having fun with his kid.
Yeah.
Little cute little mini. Look at the little mini. Hey, what you gonna call this? Clock. I'm gonna go, okay, yeah, that's a clock now. That's a clock now. I mean, and you look at it, right? People that are atheists,
that's
they
such
don't
a nice picture.
We still come up with the names to this day. We still, what do you call that? Oh, that's what it is. It's a giraffe. Oh, this is a Leprithecus afarensis mechanicus, right? Why? Because the man's name was Lepi. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna name it after me. You know what I'm saying? That like it don't matter. Like we still naming the things and what's it called?
Yeah, it's true.
We called it, but that's the biblical thing. Whatever we call it, that's what it is. That's the Most High. It's like. But the scientists don't want to believe in the Most High. All right. You still doing his commands. You guys you still doing his commands.
So the scriptures don't say that he was alone naming the animals and plants. He was with Yahweh naming the animals and plants.
He literally said so he could see what he would call them. So when he just put him in there and then it's like, hey, go ahead and name those things, and then just turned his back and just didn't look at him and didn't pay attention to him. Yeah. I don't know, man. Whoever that is, man, your spirit really is. You got a contentious spirit, bro. Whoever
G4.
Now, whoever that is,
you got me worried about you.
Yeah, like, bro, like you got to fight on every little thing. Like, you got an issue. Like, what's? Is it the same person in your YouTube?
No, it's not from. No, it's not from last week. I think. I mean, yesterday he was here. Yes, he was fine yesterday, but.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's going on.
They just be tripping, man. You know, if you talk to them in parables, you know, they will be the same people that would be like, when Yahushua was walking around and they said, hey, so what should we do here? And then he gave you a parable like, but that's grapes. What are you talking? Why are you talking about grapes and wine? I asked you about like.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Like, I don't know, man. What you want me to do? You want me to start explaining these things in celestial language? Because you're not gonna get that.
Contentious.
You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get that. I'm giving you grapes and wine and vines and trees because you can see those things. You can conceptualize those things. If I tell you the cherubim, you know what I'm saying? And then I start to explain it to you what the cherubim is. So you know when a cherubim does a phylakashing and then you have a plaque, and then after that, you know, it's like that. Like, you don't know these things. You can't understand the terminologies of heaven. You don't get these things. As a matter of fact, every time you see one of these things coming down, you get scared. So I'm going to explain to you in the simple ways that you know, in the ways in the worldly human being terms that you can understand so that you can get, you know, your mind wrapped around this celestial concept, which is really what it really is frequency, it's angles, it's like divine calculations, it's math, it's numbers, it's everything. You're talking about perfect speech. We don't have that. So we try to use words that you can understand so that you can be able to absorb the concept, because it's really concepts, it's principalities, right? It's the principles of things. We're not actually talking about fruit. You know, we're not talking about gambling, right? We're just saying, hey, I know you hope something, but what do you actually believe? Because I hope mankind, all of us will be saved. I hope that we all turn to Yahweh and we follow Yahushai or Yahusha, and we all follow the commandments. However, I do not believe that that's what's going to happen. Why? Because I believe the word says otherwise.
Yeah.
So, regardless of my hope, I'm going to go ahead and just accept
what Yah says. But one of the things I was going to say was that a lot of this relates, though, to authority, male authority in leadership, because even though, and this might be what's making people uncomfortable, because even though they are a partnership and there is two and they're one, at the same time, I think what the issue is that it's his authority. And that's why, because he goes ahead and makes the same decision, he had the same understanding and all that kind of thing. But I think that what happens is that that's why Yah says because of one man, sin came into the earth. He doesn't say because of the woman.
Right.
You could be, oh, that's semantics because they were two, they were one flesh. But he uses a man to save the world. And it's through man that sin. So when you see the priest, when you see that used with Yahusha as the replacement for Adam, right? The seed of Yah is the replacement for the man that he formed out of the dust of the earth.
Yep.
This is why people are uncomfortable, because they're like, it's still his authority. And that's important, because I always go back to this. I had this really good, and I always cite my teachers and stuff because I've had really good teachers. I've had wonderful teachers in my life. I've been so blessed. But he was an American, like you guys are all Americans, so I know you're like, yeah, we're here. Yeah, but you know, I'm in Canada. So he was African American in California, and he had his own church, and he said that the men have more responsibility. He said, even though in the natural things don't manifest immediately for you on earth, he said, in fact, it seems like, you know, women will look like they're going through more emotional suffering or pain through childbirth or stress from having to submit to you and dealing with all the children and all this kind of mess. He's like, Yah puts the weight of the judgment on the man.
Yep.
He's like when the men, he was like, when the men are in hell, like, you know, they're going to be suffering some serious suffering. Like we see it in Israel, because really the men, I hate to say it, but it's like you do see the real consequences in real life with work situations and with the way that the brothers are harassed real time in real life. That's Yah saying those consequences on the man because of his authority. And so that's what I think people might be uncomfortable with. They're saying, yeah, you know, yes, it's the scripture says submit one to another, but it does say submit to your husband because he is the authority like Yahusha. So it's all the types leading back up to Yahusha and Yah, because even Yah, he says he's spirit, but ultimately it's him. Like he is the Father, the Son, the Spirit, the angel, the blah.
Yep.
Everything and all through all above all everything. But he's still ultimately Yah, the head.
Yep.
The head. And so he cannot let that perfect, that order or that nature, it's about his character. And so when man is the male is the representative of his character.
Yep.
He cannot allow it. And so this is when people get uncomfortable. Now we're solidly in the truth now. We're getting more solid in it. This is why people will get uncomfortable and say, no, it's not both of them. It's him. It's Adam. That's why they're saying that. And you guys feel it. I know, because you brothers are here. And for us as women, we're like, both of us have been squirming a little bit. Like I love to listen. I want to listen. I don't want to like impose my views, but the checks that Kelly's running and all of that stuff. I was like trying to figure out what is it, but it's that Yahusha died for us, and that that was his plan from the beginning. Because of that, his own authority of his character as the Elohim of everything. And so that falls on the man.
Yep.
That falls on the man. Yeah.
One of those things that can bridge the gap between the woman's perspective to the man and the man's perspective to the woman is the nighttime bust in the house scenario.
Yes.
For the women that have the issue so much with, well, why does the man get to lead, and why does he get to do this, and because the man has to, in the middle of the night when something comes in, put his life on the line while you and the kids get to run out the back.
Right.
That's our job, and if a man doesn't do that, he is not a man.
Yeah, for sure.
The woman can still run, and she's still a woman. All right, so we have the higher responsibility, we have the higher punishment, we have the higher thing. So that's why we get the higher authority, because the authority is not the gift. Okay, that's not.
No, it's authority. Ultimately, it will be a gift because it's kingship and priesthood.
Yeah, but like on this earth, like authority is responsibility.
It's responsibility. It definitely is.
Yeah, it's like, I don't get to say, oh, well, you go ahead, handle it. There's an animal coming in to take the baby out of the manger. Like, no, we got to go there knowing that it's a freaking bear or a tiger. And we got to go there and try and put our lives on the line so you can get the baby and run while it mauls us. That's what we have to do. And if you don't do that, then you're not a man. If you're not willing to do that, then you're not a man. So do you want to be the one? As a matter of fact, this is the easiest scenario that I can give. Of the alphabet community scenarios, right? It's because it's usually the women that are pushing that narrative, like, well, we're supposed to be equal, we're supposed to be the same thing, where we can do everything that you can do, blah blah blah, and not really understanding the weight that a man has on his shoulders, like just a normal scenario of what we have on a day-to-day basis, even if you're a weak man, right? Even if you're a weak man, because the world doesn't care whether you're weak or strong, it's going to still give you the thing, and whether you're strong is whether you overcome it. But we all gonna have the same tests and the same trials. So there was a woman who was, she wanted to become a man, right? And she thought that she was just as much as a man as any other man, right? Because she thought a man just meant, oh, you get to be you have the authority and you get to do these things or whatever. So she changed her gender and she was living as a man, right? And she made it all of a year.
And she wanted to change. That ain't funny.
Yeah. It is funny cosmically. It's not funny what happened to her, right?
Right.
But it's like you signed up for it, sis. So she
Yeah,
made
exactly.
it
That was
like a year.
her
I think it was like
choice.
maybe 6 months or something like that, or to a year. And she wrote a book about her experience and how hard it was and how she was treated by the same women that she thought the women is God. The women is we're supposed to be the standard. We're supposed to win. But she lived as a man. She pulled it off pretty well, right? So she lived as a man and she could not make it. And after 6 months or a year, she stopped. She wrote a book about it and then unalived herself. Because she could not take how people treated her.
Whoa, really?
All she got was the normal treatment that an average man gets.
Men are treated like men have a different, because men can compartmentalize.
She didn't want to go back, right? She didn't want to go back.
She went back to living. She acknowledged that a man has it way harder than a woman. She thought she had it so hard as a woman.
I think
because of the patriarchy and the oppression and all of these things, right? She thought, I have it so hard. Men have it easy. You have it easier. So I'm gonna live like a man. I'm gonna show you how easy it is and how much better you guys are complaining so much.
I do not envy. I tell you, I don't envy the brothers. Like my own brother, like his patience. But
why did she want to herself if she felt like, okay, I can change it, I can just go back to what I was doing originally? Why does she?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, why would she kill her? She killed herself off of that, like because her feelings were hurt.
Because in her mind, right? In her mind. Right. Women are great. Women are amazing, and men are trash. and they got it easy.
Right.
Then she started to experience what women really treat men like. What does the world really treat? What do other men treat men really like? Like how, if they didn't know that she was a woman, the passes that a woman gets, the passes that an average woman gets versus the non-passes that the average man gets.
Okay,
Right? The average man, if he walks out and doesn't, he says, oh, he holds up the door, open the door for somebody. She might look at him like he's a creep. Now, if a woman does it for a woman, naturally what usually happens is, oh, hey, thanks, sis. Right?
Yeah.
But you should not answer the question. Why didn't she just go back to what she's supposed to be, a she, and just leave it at that? Why?
I know that was exactly. You're Kelly. I'm thinking the same thing. You know, but yeah, he's
the reality of the world. She couldn't take it. She didn't believe that her pedestal, her gods, which are the women, were these wicked things that would treat a man with good intent. With such malice and contempt.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing about this as well.
It's like thinking that the world is roses, and then you go out and you realize it's all poop. Right?
Yeah.
She couldn't.
All right,
the ones that she glorified were the wicked ones, and would treat her like crap, even if her intentions were pure. Her intentions were pure.
Yeah.
Hey sis, I'm gonna go and do this. Hey, what you need? You need? Oh, hey, you want me to walk you to your car? Get away from me, you freaking weirdo! Right? Like, hey, how you doing? Ignore. Hi, how you doing? No, get away from me, you weirdo.
Oh, well, yeah.
Now as a woman, be like, oh, hey, how you doing, sis? Right? It's different.
Yeah.
She has to see the world through the eyes of just normalcy, which is this. Oh, this is what how a daily, like the things that a daily man, like yes, there are attractive men, and we get away with a lot more than what the average unattractive, quote unquote, or average male gets away with, right? It's the same thing when they have the double standard that they talk about. Like if you're in the gym, if you're a handsome guy and you come over and say, hey, do you need help moving your things? Oh, wow, he's a gentleman, right? But then if you're an ugly guy, or not so attractive man, you're a creep. Get away from me. What are you doing? You're looking at me. Stay away from me, right? This is what the average man gets.
No, thank you.
The average man gets this treatment.
It's true.
Right?
But
And so
some men just do there, but then I was like, that's the fault of other men too. Like that's why brothers have to keep brothers in line, because all those bad ones are giving you all a bad name, because then there's the creepy weirdos who do all that weird stuff. So you're on guard. You're like, oh.
And then what do we do? Now there's that part, right?
Why are you in my face talking to me?
Right. On the house. On the house. Why are you even talking to me? Well, because you're beautiful and he wants to try and shoot a shot. Get away. You shouldn't even try to shoot a shot with me. Get away. Right? Okay. So then a man comes over. Now here's the joke. Here's the joke. The good man, right? The manly man comes over and says, excuse me, miss, do you need some help? You want me to walk you to your car? You get away from me too. Or even worse, a man beating woman, man comes over, beats man, stopped man from beating woman. What does she do?
Press charges
against jump on you, leave him alone.
Can't save her.
Yeah,
I've heard of that. Yeah.
I've had the experience where I went to protect the woman from her boyfriend. In the midst of me handling him, she's begging for me to stop. And then afterwards,
you know what?
Comes in, oh, baby, are you okay?
And your desire will be for your husband.
I'm confused.
Crazy. But that's part of like, and your desire will be for your husband, because I've been like, in my life, I've been like, why women are like that? I don't understand. But it's like their whole identity, it's a curse. Gets wrapped up. That's why some women let their terrible things happen with their kids, because they're under a curse. Their desire is for their husband. Yeah. So even though they're one person, so you're slapping them up one side of the head. Yep. So there's the other side of the head saying stop.
Right. We do it all the time.
Because the woman is in submission to the man, like that is the actual, it says, what is it? What is the curse? It's like he then names her Eve, like one of the animals, right? Now, before she was woman, now she's Eve.
Her name has
right? Yeah. Right. So she's different now. And now Now he's given that kind of authority over her because she did not listen to him. She did not heed him, even though he didn't say anything. She didn't turn to him and go, babe, what do you think? Or what does your authority say? So that was part of Eve's sin as well. She just listened to the serpent and she thought about what she wanted to do. And then she went ahead and did it. And then she said to her husband, you want some too? When she needed to consult him. So then he was given this authority over her. The authority in the natural was in before the fall was good and righteous, like Yah's authority as Elohim. But after the fall, it became it could become a form of oppression or idolatry or being trapped or something. It got perverted somehow by the fall, that relationship of authority. And so the desire for your husband becomes either you want to control him or you're overly submissive if it's out of balance.
Well, okay, so I wanted to wait, before I say that, Brother Yaron, you had something you wanted to say.
Well, yeah. I was just about to ask the question when you said where it says her desire would be for her husband. I was wondering, is that like her wanting his position? Like,
no.
No.
I think in some cases it is. Yeah, that's why some women control the men. Excuse me.
Well, I'll edify with the average scenario, right? Just look at the average scenario, because there's always obviously outliers. There are women that don't desire men and only want the Most High, and they're divine and they're great and they're awesome and they're fantastic. But let's look at the majority of society. In life, a man, let's say he has his woman, right? Now he'll have hobbies and things that he likes to do. Right, he likes to golf. He likes to play video games. He likes basketball. He likes to hang out with his friends and right? Right. Now he can do that all day, every day. Come home, just his wife, right? And then he's good, right? Or even he might just be home, chilling, bachelor life, chilling, right? Playing his games, doing his stuff like that. And he can actually still live a happy life, right? But if a woman doesn't have that man, right? Typically, she's unhappy. Typically, she's longing for affection. Typically, she's longing for intimacy, right? Whereas typically, all the man is longing for is to get one off, right? So this is a typical scenario, right? Once he gets that, what they call post-nut clarity, then he doesn't even desire for her anymore a lot of the times. It's like, well, I want to go now. I want to go and have fun. I want to go and do the. And she's like, baby, can I come with you? And why are you always leaving? Oh, we'll come home and we have the kids. And she's just desiring for him. And he's desiring to just be free and do whatever the heck he wants to do, and then come home and handle business whenever he wants to handle business. Now, this is the average scenario, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, so yes, sir. Like, I love being with my wife, right? I love hanging around with her. I love just talking and communing and just having conversation, right? And just being around each other. Right? I don't even desire sexually my wife. I don't even desire that. Right. So that it's just, I want to be around her because she's fun to be around. Right. She's also not an average woman. So this is a non-average scenario. I'm also not an average guy. Right. But this is the average thing. So that's why you can see, well, a man, he might be living till he's 60, 70, just living the bachelor life. Right. But that woman, she gets 40, 50, and she starts being like, usually it's like, well, I need to do something has to happen. I need. It's more of a need versus a want. And that's how it kind of manifests out into reality.
Right. Okay.
The woman, she ain't happy. She ain't happy unless she got her man.
Right.
Well, let me dispute that for a second. Family, if you please come over to Into All Truth on YouTube. Just because this keeps shutting down, I'm having issues. They're not happy with how I'm doing this on TikTok. So fam on TikTok, come on over. All right. So yeah, and there's not very many people on there. There were before, and then they shut me down for inactivity. We were active, but whatever. So
I just got shut down again.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever. But here's the thing, is that there's also the scripture that says it's not good for man to be alone. It seems like women can be alone. Like, it seems like, for me, I wasn't like that. Like, I've only been able to, in my later years, because I'm in my 50s and stuff, And what really, when I woke up to the Hebrew Israelite thing, I just have not really had issues with being alone. Like I want to be in community, you know what I mean? Like I want to be in the family, right? Like the assembly, basically.
Right.
But I don't feel like I need a man. Although I still will entertain it every once in a while. I'll be like, well, what do you think? Yeah, you know, like, I'll be like,
yeah, but sis, you're also not average.
Yeah, like, should I be doing that? Yeah. And then it's like, no, it's too complicated. I'm too one track. So my
and again, you're not average. You're on the narrow path, sis.
Yeah, but
you're on the narrow path.
But it can be, I think it can kind of be either or. I think there are women, there's a lot of women who can be like, hey, you know what? There's so much going on. Like there's so much you can learn, so much you can do, you know, and the thing with the Hebrews is that everybody's so capable. It's like you can learn everything and do everything all by yourself. It's just
absolutely.
Like seriously, like the men can cook, the women can cook.
Of course, I cook better than one.
Mechanical things. Like I didn't know how to do something. I'd be like, oh, I'll figure it out. And then I'd be like, here's how you do it. And I'd be like, okay, I'm doing it now. I guess I don't need anybody to help me. It's like that.
Just remember that you are an exception. You're an exception. You're a Proverbs 31 woman. You're a woman whose heart is after the Most High. You're not by yourself, right? You got the Most High. That's your man. Right.
But even when I wanted a man, even when I was like, oh, I need a man, because I was like that too, because we were raised like that. And I always did want to have a husband. I wanted to have kids, but only in a specific context, like in the context of marriage and all that kind of stuff. So it didn't happen. But yeah, so it's not that I didn't want to, and I still yearned, like I yearned for that affection and relationship and friendship and all that kind of stuff. But you know, I have that with but. What I'm saying though is that I do believe that people can be on their own without feeling like it's like women as well, without feeling like it's a big deal. And sometimes I think men can't be on their own. That I think that men, but maybe we're all just fooling ourselves. But I think that men really need women. Men really need, because it says it's not good for man to be alone. And I know it means man, like the Adam and Eve man, the two of them, one thing.
Man cannot be alone.
But I think women, I've found in my life that a lot of women can be alone. But maybe it's just because that's the way it is. And women can like, Yah gives us his grace in this time of captivity, because so many sisters are alone or they have kids or whatever. He gives us a certain kind of grace with his presence, even if we don't know him or we're not in a close relationship, because there's a lot of sisters out there who are single moms and everything, and they still have a lot of joy and blessings and everything on them. And it's like, I feel like that's but they don't realize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I think? I kind of agree with you, but what I think about is, okay, so when he said that, when y'all said it's not good that man should be alone, that was before he brought Eve forth, right?
Right.
And so
I
was told rather, and I always believed that it was the separation. It's not good that man should be all one, like together, the way that they were. So then he decided to separate us, or separate them, and make them two separate entities.
Yeah.
You know.
Partner, because it was that's his image, because he has it's him and the Ruach HaKodesh and the Son.
Right.
So he's communing with himself. So he was like, I have to make them in my image. So then they have to commune with one another.
Right.
In a different way, I guess, that where they are interfacing.
Right.
With each other. But I was agreeing with you though. I do think that in imbalance that I think women can go off and they try to control men. Their desire is for their husband, and that they try to usurp and dominate and control. These are all dysfunctional things, not in the best way, obviously, right?
Right.
Or else they're overly submissive. They're overly submissive.
Yeah.
So
I believe that too.
That's both on both sides of the bad of your desire will be for your husband. But there's got to be a balance part where that will be your desire is for your husband. You got a wonderful.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say.
Yeah, that's a balanced one.
Yeah, right. But for this particular desire is it just means longing. It's tesh-uka, which is a longing. For this particular desire in the Bible in Genesis, it's she's supposed to long after her husband. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have a longing for him. Mm-hmm.
You said it's what's how'd you say that? It's tesh
H. Wait, if you're doing the Hebrew, H 8669.
Okay, it's empty.
I guess I can put it on screen. That's normally what I do, fam. Sorry, I'm like
Tesh-uka. Yeah, it's TESHUQAH.
But even that
belongs for longing.
Yeah.
I think even that could manifest as the dominance and control, because it's a desire to have him under control and like for herself in a different way. You know what I mean? Because I'm just going on women's conduct. Before I even became a Christian, like I would see that some women were really domineering, and then I would see these other really submissive, like enabling bad women. And I was like, what is that? Like, what's wrong with these women? Like, why are they so caught up? Like just basically watching Oprah Winfrey or something like that. And you see these dysfunctional on the show. And I was like, what's wrong with these people? Why are they like that? Or you'd see it in real life and you'd be like, why are they like that? That's how they behave though, when they're out of balance, either or, right? So
out of order. They don't have any, they don't have Torah. None of these women are Torah. When they do that kind of stuff, they're not Torah women. So I don't expect them to act like a Torah woman if they're not in Torah. So these are not Torah women. Be the alpha. They want to take over. You got these, and the men are not Torah men. The ones that are beta, the ones that are this beta man syndrome. They call it. I say something else, but I ain't gonna say it right here. But beta syndrome, and it's terrible. I mean, it's backwards, and that was the slavery. Get rid of the man, make her the head of the house, and that's how it works out. So now everybody's scared to play in their role. There's a few men playing their role, like you said, brother, talking before. Men are just have a sense of about they just weak.
They are.
It's like they can't take rule the house. They can't. They're scared. For all kind of different reasons, and it creates an imbalance. It's backwards. It's jacked up, and then it's perpetuated. It goes throughout the generations. That was all created in slavery. Mm-hmm.
I think some of it, I mean, it's far worse now, but some of it, because I think in the same way that Israel fell by themselves, right? They were the agent of the fall.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I think it was just bad habits of the forefathers that just
that's what I'm trying to say.
That's what in the present, because the whole thing of the not defending. Oh, is this your wife? Shalom. Beautiful. Hi.
Yes. I don't.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So that's Rachel. That's
Shalom, sister.
On the bottom is Kelly.
Oh my goodness. Hi.
Hi.
Jack's my little brother.
Oh yeah.
She's the one looks like my aunt Liz.
She does look like Liz.
Do I? Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. But you remind me, Jack reminds me of another friend of mine, just the way he thinks.
Oh, it's a
but he's all his own unique self too, But it's so nice to see you, because I keep hearing about you, and you sing and stuff as well. I would love to hear your music.
Thanks.
And my other friend is a musician too. He's amazing. Yeah.
He is too.
I heard. He told me. I'm like, and you know what? We used to, Jack, you probably don't know this, but I used to do this on my channel, and we used to just sing the Psalms with some of my other friends. We would open the Psalms, and then we would just make up a song to the Psalm live, like we did lives, where we would just start.
Cool.
Yeah,
cool.
so that was with my friend Zach, who I just was talking to the other day. Yeah, and it was so fun. So I was like, wow, you guys are both musicians and singers. That's wonderful. Yeah, praise.
I think you were looking for verse 16, 3 and 16. Is that the desire? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
That was the one I
referenced.
Desire?
Yes.
And your husband, it says, he shall rule over thee.
Yes.
Rule over thee. This is like,
yeah,
rule with a rod of iron. Like, you know what I mean? It's like authority now becomes rulership.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, your desire shall be to thy
husband.
And
I'm talking about, oh, sorry. I tend to talk. I'm sorry. Kelly, I'm talking about in unrighteousness and imbalance. It's either of those two things. Whereas, in righteousness, it is a longing and a healthy desire. And then you're in a marriage and you're in balance. You're balanced.
Right.
You know what I mean? But not the unbalanced, non-Torah ones.
Not this.
You just passed it.
Right. Okay.
Did I pass it again? And that desire.
There it is right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it has a root word. Shuk. Shuk is the root word.
Shoot, baby, shoot, baby.
I'm trying to roll. I'm trying to scroll.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Well, but what did they say?
Shuk, yeah.
Did they say shuk in TLC or did they?
No. It says shuk.
Shuk. They say with a P, right? Yeah, but it's similar, isn't it?
Yeah, very similar.
No.
Shin wa taf.
No telling what that means.
Take hold of the secure light.
Right.
Yeah, so it could be wrong too. It could be wrong too. Yeah. And then this one has hey on the end, so it has breath, life.
Well, that was
you can see how it could go either way or be balanced.
Yeah, but for the one we're talking
still trying to scroll. I'm still trying to scroll. What is it? What does it say? The definition is of it in the bottom.
What you mean?
Oh,
It
desire,
says longing of woman for man, and in some cases, man for woman.
Right.
There's more strong desire, longing.
Yeah.
And then what is the what is just shuk? What is just that part?
Yeah,
the root word.
The root word.
Yeah. What's the definition of that?
That is probably to be abundant.
Abundant.
It's a verb, action word. Yeah, it's a verb.
Thou has visited the earth and given it abundance.
Run after, to
irrigate. Irrigate.
Okay.
That's overflow.
Yeah, overflow.
Run after or over. Okay, run after. Okay, so you gonna be running after your husband. I get it. Yeah. Y'all's gonna be running after your husband. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
That makes sense. Especially every time you want to go and go golfing and stuff like that. She's like, what can I come?
Yeah, because you're one person.
Yeah, no, because we're talking about the desire, like with an average scenario. The woman is usually wanting to spend more time with her man, and he's usually wanting to go off and do things that he just has fun and hobbies with. And he'll come together. Like he might desire her before to get her. Like he wants to come together, smash, and then go and have his fun and do things. This is the average scenario, right? And that's usually what happens. Or the man could be off and living his bachelor life and having fun, but typically, a woman won't be happy living a bachelor life. She'll be wanting to have a man there. She'll be longing for that kind of intimacy and that connection and stuff like that. This is average. Of course, there are outliers.
But now that's the whole situation now. And
I was saying like my desire for you, I actually enjoy being around you. I actually I desire to have fun and just chill and be together. My desire isn't it's not a carnal desire.
Yeah, because it's you guys have a friendship. But that's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be your best friend, your own person. Like you're one person. So then you
my rib, babe. It's my rib.
Yeah. You guys are such a beautiful couple. Like even the lighting and everything and your clothing and everything. Like it looks like a picture.
Oh, yeah, because I have
It really does.
have the ring light.
They look like a yeah, pretty as a picture. You are like it's just like it's like the feminine and the masculine. And Jack, you're even more masculine right now.
Yeah,
you're even more masculine right now, Peter. With
all praise the Most High.
there. Yeah, exactly.
I can't even. That's the funniest part when people are like, when if you get egotistical about your look, it's like you didn't do that. Like what are you talking about? Like you didn't. You can try and work out and you can do all this thing, but your face is your face. Like that is what you have.
Yeah,
you can't take credit for it. I'm like, well, yeah, my mom and my daddy and the one that designed all of them, the clay maker, like that. Oh, and there's a verse about that. It says, shall the pottery, be like questioning the potter?
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like, what are you doing? Like, come on, man.
Why hast thou made me thus? Yeah. Why have you made me?
Yeah. Why did you make me like this? Like, bro, you don't question me. Like, you're welcome.
Yeah. Well, I'm learning.
welcome.
I've been learning, especially since I woke up. I've been learning to, you enjoy how Yah made you, or you're just like, I'm so different. You're like, and I'm glad I'm different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all made unique. Even though we got doppelgangers out here, we're all made unique.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do have some things that we want to talk about because we want to talk about Passover. I want to make sure that because now, unfortunately, or fortunately, however way you look at it, my wife now has to go and help with some funeral things, and we're supposed to be doing Passover before that because she's going on tour. So now we just have to discuss and figure out a way to make it all work together.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, you have to go out of
doing
town?
2 Passovers. I might end up end up doing 2. I might end up doing like one just me and her, and then brother you're on. We might be doing our own on a different night. If we have to do it way earlier before she leaves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'll do Passover every day if I have to. Like
there's a lot of people who wind up doing, like, I'm probably going to do a couple. I'll probably go and do some with some Hebrews. I know they do it at a different time.
Right. Yeah. And that's the reason why.
That's another factor.
I'm learning. Everybody has it at a different time. Somebody does it by the moon on this day. Somebody does it by the time on this the 14th day the 7th to the 14th day, and then of Abib. But then that's earlier if the moon comes out, and plus time is going faster. And then also if you're on your menses, then you can't do it during that time. So you can make it up. So I was like, okay. Because I read when I was reading, because I was trying like, what do I do? Like yes, I got to lead my wife, but I want to lead her based on what the Most High says and not based on my own vain understanding, especially when I'm only learning about this stuff, right? I know the importance of it. We can't skip Passover, but how do we, what do I got to do? And so when I was reading it, he told us why we're supposed to do it. Specifically for that, when you do all of these things, the question is going to be asked, Daddy, why are we doing this? And it's to remember when he brought us out. To remember that he saved us, to remember why we were put in that place in the first place, and all the miraculous things he did to save us, and that we're supposed to keep his laws and his commandments afterwards. This all is part of the thing, is to remember. It's not to eat lamb, and it's not to eat unleavened bread, and it's just for the sake of yeast, because the leaven is not just the leaven, it's also the leaven out of your heart. You're supposed to take all of that out before you even leave. You're supposed to be ready. It's to remember how not attached you're supposed to be, like to everything in life. Why? Because we're supposed to eat with our staff in our hand and our food ready to go to get up and get up out of Egypt. All of this to remember. Once you tell the story of Passover, then you remember all of the things and the conviction in the heart to have and what the purpose. It's not about that specific thing. It's the reason for it, because he don't care. Like he said, when we kept on doing them burnt offerings and things like that, he was like, do I eat food? Do I have need of your food? Everything's mine. I don't need your food. I don't need your offerings. I don't need your smells. I created everything. It's all mine. Y'all just got you thinking that this is what it's about. It's not about this. It's about you repenting. It's about you turning away. It's about you remembering who your daddy is. Right? That's what it's really about. But we got lost in thinking it's about the food or the stuff. So yeah. And there's 2 Passovers. There's one if you're late, and then and anybody doing it with the moon, it's not in scripture, but
I've gone to people who do it with the moon anyway, because I'm just like, you want to be around.
Like, you're doing your best. You're doing your best.
Yeah, exactly. They are. That's the best for them.
Right.
But yeah, there's 2 Passovers, so you can do it again the following month, because there's a law that if you were out of the land or on a far journey, or you couldn't come back to the land to do it, you can do it the next month. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. You just do your best to do it.
Yeah.
And then to remember the Exodus. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is we could start, right? We could start the first day together, which is the meal, right? And then she can still keep the actual, dietary law when she goes to her mom's house. And then maybe just request if her mom would allow her to, put the leaving that's in her house in that, because she's gonna be in that house. So just, hey, Mom, if I'm gonna come in to help you, do all this stuff, would you mind me cleaning out all the leaving and putting it in the garage?
Yeah,
that could work. And then
I see. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because she's going to be going to help her with the funeral arrangements, which, again, see, this is me. I don't even do funerals. So if it was my daddy or my mom, I'd be like, all right, cool. So, and let the dead bury the dead. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just what I don't do funerals, you know what I mean? But I know her mom is still going to do it. And yeah, it's not like she lost something amazing. She's still going to be mourning. She's there. There will be some mourning that's there, and it'll be good for her to be there for her mom. Just specifically helping with just the actual logistics of things, because her mom is another Proverbs 31 woman, or very virtuous, does so much, and she'd be doing too much. And that's, it'll be good for her to do that. So I'm just finding a workability. I guess that's an example for everybody. Yes, you're leading your woman. Yes, you are to rule over them. Yes, you're supposed to be in charge, but you're not a tyrant. You're not supposed to.
No, exactly. Yeah, that's.
If you have a good wife, that's probably because you chose a wise woman. Wisdom is always described as a woman, so you do also want to listen to her. With the final say, you always got to. It's on your head. It's always on your head. So if she do wickedness because you said, all right, baby, cool, then that's still gonna be on your head. So, then it's First Corinthians that also says, hey, sometimes you if you're with a man or a woman that doesn't observe, you observe, and with the quietness, they may come to the Most High because of without a word being spoken.
You can win them without a word. Yeah,
without a word. So
there's all those win them with a chaste conduct.
Yeah, with a chase contest. So when you're walking, then that's what I'm doing my best to do, to be that example. So anywho, I'm gonna get off. Thank you, sister.
Me too. I'm kind of notes. But it's so fun talking to you. It's like it's really enjoyable talking to all of you. Jaron.
I have one. And I have 2 things I want to say real quick. So, Jack, I know Sister Urban had told us about One Nation?
Yeah, True Nation. I called them.
True Nation. You did?
Yeah. So I called them. They have a place that they talked about where we could get land, but then we'd have to cull it ourselves and go up there and pick it out and all stuff like that. And it's also you can't just get a piece of lamb. And I don't even eat lamb. So it's $300 for the actual lamb if you go and get it. The whole lamb. It's the whole lamb. And then you come, you pick it out, and you do all that stuff. But number one, I don't even know. What he said, what the guy at True Nation said is if you can, you get an unblemished lamb. But if you can't, you gotta go to a halal market. And if if you can't get to a halal market, then you go to the grocery store and just get the lamb. So there's do what you can, basically.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, exactly. But remember, not the halal, because they prepare their. So it's better to go to a kosher market. And then it was the lamb, so you don't need to get a whole lamb. Just get
a piece. And I'm only going to take one bite anyway. It's only out of obedience. I don't even eat meat, so it's only out of obedience.
Then don't. If you don't eat meat, then don't have it. We could
just do
my first Passover, I was vegan. I was like, I'm not having any.
Okay, then we're gonna do that. You good with that, brother?
I'm good. Cool. That's what I was going to tell you, because I found out. Because remember, I mentioned the halal market.
Yeah.
But then Sister Rachel, we were on that together, right? Where the brother talked about they pray over that. That's a Muslim market, and they pray to Allah. They bless that food to Allah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pass on that.
Cool there.
Pass on that. I don't want none of that energy on the meat anyway.
Right.
So cool.
So
then I'm good. Then we good.
I'm
yeah,
good
we just gonna have the unleavened bread and the bitter herbs.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And use the recipes in my book. I guess I should post them. I'm trying to set up 2 channels, but I guess I could post them on my. They're on my. I could send you guys the link.
Are they on your? Yeah. Can you? I remember you said you're possibly gonna do like a little cooking, show.
Well, I may just have to put up a video because time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It took me. I can't. Is time going so fast? I can't get anything done.
Yeah. So
I get up in the morning. I wash my dishes. I drink coffee. I clean, tidy up, and do a shower and get some groceries, and the day's over.
The day's gone. The day gone, man.
So I may just have to post the video. I don't know, or maybe I will do a live, another one of these lives, because then Kefir will talk and we'll just all be talking while I'm doing it. So it is fun.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, either way, if you have a video, cool. If you have just a recipe, I'll follow the recipe.
Yeah, I'll do both. And it's in the I gave you the recipe book and the calendar, didn't I? I sent you an email.
No, the calendar. I got the calendar. Or is it all in one? It was in the same email.
Yeah, it should be. If not, let me know, but it should be.
Okay, I'll double check it then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So enjoy your evening, and then we'll see you again. And I've got to remember to do that. Let me just make sure.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom, fam. We'll see you tomorrow. And thank you again, Kelly. I mean, thank you. It was a really good discussion.
Right.
Shalom.
Thank you.
Shalom, Kelly.
We'll say shalom to everybody online. Shabbat shalom.
Right.
And I hope your house is clean. I love waking up on the Shabbat to a clean house. Huchna, nice to see you. Jamal, Shabbat shalom, fam. I'm going to cut it off.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Bye, Terry. Shabbat shalom. Bye, Kelly. Shabbat shalom.
Trying to hang up.
Yeah, it was really good talking to you. That was fun. That was a really good discussion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I'm kind of foggy right now. When we come up on the next one, I'll kind of go into it. But anyway, have a beautiful Shabbat. And I invited you to our Shabbat class, but I know you go to one anyway. So I still haven't done my official opening.